keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
সেই মারাত্মক যুদ্ধ ফেরত আসছে তোমার ক্যাম্পাসে নতুন যোদ্ধাদের সাথে আরো লড়াই এবং আরো উত্তেজনার সাথে বিশাল পুরস্কার মূল্য 30,000 USD। প্যাক করো তোমার গেমিং ব্যাগ, প্রস্তুত করো তোমার বন্ধুদের।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Campus Championship 2021, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Hook up your fun with the F19 Pro. My name is Orange Super Johnny John, joined by Trooper once again right next to me, and we are going to begin the second part of our journey. Not the next round, but we're still in the round of 128, but now it's going to be the second rotation that we're going to see from the group. So starting today, again, we're going to see group 1 and 2 step into the battleground.
Definitely, yes. And these teams are going to play once again in Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. So we saw the same teams play earlier. So now that question we always had, Johnny, that whether they are going to have a early collision because they are playing for the first time, that is out of the way right now. They know where the oppositions are going to drop. So things are going to change a little, but let's see what is the impact that is going to play on the gameplay of these players.
Definitely, but I mean, talking about things that are on the line for these lads, I mean, we have discussed this once before as well. There's a lot of money, and talking about money, I mean, $60,000 in total that have been split between the two seasons that are going to be held. So right now we're in season 1, so $30,000 is the prize pool for this PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Campus Championship. But as we move forward to season 2, there's going to be the remaining 30,000. But the distribution is in front of us, so. First position taking home the $10,000. That is a big chunk of the prize pool right there. And MVP of the tournament is going to be that one individual that will be walking away with $500 for himself.
Yep, there's a lot of prize pool on the line, a lot of opportunity for these young lads to like step up and get the claim on all these prize pool that are available. And as you said, MVP of the tournament also gets a massive $500 against his name. So the opportunity is there for these teams. These are the underdogs, and this is the starting stage, like the group of 128. We are here to filter out which teams are going to move ahead, Johnny. So we've seen now all the teams, all the groups at least play one. I think it would be safe to say that group 1 has one of the finest channels among them. Also, like teams like Bad Intentions, Phantom Esports, they were able to impress us.
I mean, definitely. But today, our expectations are going to be taken to the next level because, as we do say, once you start moving forward, once you have to play less and less matches, the pressure is going to build up. That means you're going to have to earn more points with every single game. Yeah. And as we do talk about points, the distribution is in front of us right now. So first position, you get 15 points. If you finish second in the game, you get 12. If you finish third, you get 10. If you finish fourth, you get 8. And the points keep on dropping up until 13th to 16th position. You get nothing for your placements. But hey, every single kill is equal to 1 point. So that is something that can be pretty crucial in a lot of the matches. So we're going to see how this works out for these teams. Especially right now, since including the matches today, everyone just has 6 games left. And after the matches are done, then there's just going to be the final 3 games that are going to happen once these teams return with the last rotation. So
definitely. So this is going to be the game number 4 to 6, 4 to 6 for them, and then they will have 3 more games remaining for them. For those games, they're going to return, I believe, after a few days. So. A decent format, maybe the time interval that is given to the teams, it gives them time to go back or do the homework, what went wrong in the first matches. So I'm liking the format. Let's see how these teams have prepared themselves for this war that they are scheduled for today.
Same. I mean, we're going to find out how things are going to go, especially after what happened yesterday. I mean, these lads would have had the opportunity to view different groups and different
Yes,
teams and different play styles, and maybe they are going to try and incorporate some of those different performances
definitely.
into their own. But talking about teams, I mean, we do have the squad rosters in front of us: Bad Intentions, 20sec,
Yeah.
Evolution, SR Esports being the first four teams we see in front of us, followed by a DOM official, then MRX, BDx420 ES are going to be there. PMCRC we did see some good performances from
Yep.
them. Then there's Seven Sins Esports, a team that we saw
Yeah.
yesterday as well.
Yep. You saw them yesterday as well. But I think that was a different lineup, Johnny.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a completely different lineup. And we have like Fanatical 4 here. We saw them play beautifully the last time we were out here. Murphy OP managed to impress us a little. So CronusLgnds was also a team that we were keeping an eye on. I remember, and they were
Yes.
there in the final circle in the first Erangel that they played. So it's a good lobby. It's a decent lobby. It was able to impress us. BGZ Esports was also having a good outing when we saw them last time. So a lot of good teams in this group. I will expect a tough competition out there in all the three games from Group One.
Well, definitely, and I mean, it is going to be a tough competition nonetheless because now teams are going to try and make sure that they move to the next stage of the tournament, which is going to be the round of 64. It is
Yep.
going to be super important for them because, as we were talking about this yesterday, the opportunity is there for them to go up against some of the best tournaments. Also, talking about qualifying to the next stage of the tournament. Once again, a reminder, guys. So right now, from the round of 128, only top seven from every single group will be moving
Yes.
forward to the next round. Just the
So
top seven. It's not the top eight, just the top seven.
yes. So for today, the target for the teams is going to be very clear. Just
Yeah.
stay in that upper half of the overall, so that when you come out the next time, you can make sure that you get your slot in the top 64. You stay in the top seven. So the motive for the day is plain and simple: stay in the top half.
Yeah, exactly. Stay in the top half so that last matches, as you mentioned, you can just secure a few points. But apart from that, I mean, it is going to be super exciting to see how many fights we get to see on the maps that are played.
Definitely.
Because the last time, I mean, Group 1 did start off a bit slow, not that much aggression from the teams. Yesterday's matches from Group 8 and Group 7, they were just really impressive. But talking about maps, we have the same rotation, ladies and gentlemen, starting things off on Erangel, followed by Sanhok, map number 2, and then map number 3 is going to be Miramar for Group 1, and then the same rotation, the same order of maps is going to be followed by Group 2 as well.
Definitely. Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, all the three maps they are going to play once today as well, just like they did when they started
Yeah.
their campaign. So the players know it, the audience know it, what we are here for. And let's now I just want that action to begin in Erangel. And I'm really hopeful for some good mid-game fight now, because now the teams have got the time. They've got the time to work on this and study the rotations of the other teams as well. This is the overall ranking after the three games that these teams have already
Yeah.
played. And we forgot a team, ImmensityX, that was also
Oh, yeah.
there in the top two, and they were able to impress us the last time we watched them play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that maybe a reason for that is they did not get a chicken dinner. But apart from like the fun fact is, without any chicken dinners, they're sitting on the second position, which actually is quite impressive. And the difference between them and the leaders of the leaderboard is not that much. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the match very soon. And this time, I mean, here is the plane path right in the middle of the map, like a vertical line.
Yup, definitely. Similarly to Sosnovka military base, towards the western side of the Sosnovka military base, complete that big area that is fenced. What you should say, that inside that military base. So a decent plane path. A lot of cities are accessible from here. AXB Esports was also a team that we watched last time play. So they made an early jump this time. They're heading towards I believe Georgiopol, Northern City. Let's see how they're going to start the campaign. But the most important thing that is going to be is the zone. Where is this zone going to take us?
Well, definitely. Where is the circle going to take us, as you said? Because I mean, this trajectory is one of the best ones you could ask for, right? all your major drop locations are available to you. No matter where the circle is, you can have a comfortable time if you go to your standard drop location. So the odds are pretty much even with this trajectory. And I mean, even the teams realize that they have gone. The spread of the teams is quite wonderful, but hey, the plane path and the circle, I guess we're gonna have one of the most default Erangel games in the history of the game. This is what you this is the first Erangel you can think of, ladies and gentlemen. Like a standard circle split between two islands, plane path right in the
Definitely.
center, circle also in the center of the map.
Yes, and that also brings a slight bit of decision making for all the ideals. Where is
Yeah.
the final circle going to land on which island? For now, I believe it's going to be the main island, but you never know. These sort of circles, these are those kind of circles which, in any point, might just shift towards the Sosnovka military base island. So let's see if we are going to witness that or not. But for now, only there's one team that is on that island. That is Seven Sins Esports. We can see the players dropping down there, the parachute opening up at this instant right now, and they are like they're starting their loot. So a good decent time for them, them to like completely cover this island, and let's see which bridge they are going to take.
Well, exactly. Because depending on which bridge they take, they could either be in a lot of trouble, in a lot of pain, or they can have a pretty easy time. Because right now there is absolutely no one close to the military bridge area on the main island, so Seven Sins are gonna have an easy exit from there. But if they decide to take an exit from the Novo Repnoi
Yes,
bridge, oh boy, that's gonna be so much. That's gonna get icy really fast because like two teams are present right there. But I mean, all right. So let's talk about this. AXB and Python on the northern side of the map. Severny, Zarki have been taken by these two teams respectively, and these teams, I mean, they have an interesting decision to make right now because again, as you mentioned about teams rotating from the southern part of the map, the same can be said for the teams on the northern side, right? Either you rotate from
definitely.
Yasnaya, you might be expecting some collision, but we know Yasnaya is pretty much empty. Or you're gonna think, all right, the team close to Georgopol is gonna look to move inside the circle and hold the edge suit, so Georgopol might be abandoned. So we can probably take a wide rotation from there. But there are two teams present in that location, so that's going to be a troublesome decision.
Definitely, and it's going to be interesting how these teams are going to rotate. And when I refer to Seven Sins Esports, this might also be a decision that they need to take whether they are going to cross the bridge, or they're going to hold the bridge in case there is a sudden shift of the zone, because that is also quite possible in this sort of a zone. So these are going to be the interesting dilemmas the IGLs have to take the decision upon. And we have a decent lobby size here as well, 13 teams, 48 players. So we might just see some mid-game action as well near these areas, just on the main island on the northern side of the Novo Repro Bridge. For now, Military Bridge is like it's looking a peaceful place to be, but a lot of teams are pretty soon going to reach out there. Like teams like the XBX, Sherlock, and Chaser, Ashrak. These all players might just move towards that part of the military bridge, because that is also going to be a crucial area to control in this sort of a circle.
We'll definitely agree with that. But let's see when the action is going to start in the matchup. So it's going to take a while. Once again, as I said, the by far the most default game of Erangel I've seen in a long time. I mean, uh, we always uh, ask for surprising or weird circles in the matchup, but this is also pretty nice, right? Because as you said, Trooper, like now this sort of brings a decision making. The decision making process of the IGLs in front of our views, and we are going to get to see how these lads actually play this game out, because you have everything that you could want in Erangel. So let's see. Right now, BGZ, they do spot out a few players in front of them. Oh, the shots do connect, but no knock is going to be converted.
Yes, and this is the team of Legends that we were looking out for. BGZ Esports was able to impress us, but Legends was a team that we had a little bit of expectation coming into this group. So let's see how they are going to perform, because last time they were decent, but they did not get any chicken or any final circle finish. They just in the game of Erangel, I remember they were able to reach the top three, top four, but right now it looks like a player has been spotted, and they know that this player is like a single player here, and they are putting some pressure on him. So BGZ Esports, they are now hunting for this skill out here.
Oh, definitely, and a really good hunt down as well. I mean, look at that 4v1 situation, but they can't go to the front of the house where they are actually getting baited. Oh, that has to be perfect. The nade dishing out the damage, the knock comes in. Absolutely no way for the lad to save himself. And as you said, the hunt that the players of BGZ went on, it's a success. One kill secured by the team.
Definitely, and I think there was also a trade knock that was taken from the distance, but
Yeah.
there's no problem. The team is sticking together, so not a problematic situation arising out of that knock. They are once again regrouped completely. They are all standing once again, and look at that. We have some other players of Cronus Legends. I saw Crimson there in the backdrop. He's towards the city of Milta. One of the teammate who was left behind is he's been the first casualty of this game. So that is a learning thing for them, that you do not leave a man behind like this so close to a different squad.
Well, definitely, and I mean, it is going to be quite interesting because, as you mentioned, like there are different teams present in the location. So how what do you exactly want to do? Do you want to rotate to a standard position, like move inside the circle, find some cover, or are you going to stop and take the fight? We spoke about this yesterday as well. And with a circle like this, I think everyone is going to want to fight because they know even if things go bad, if they lose one player, they can just disengage and find some cover later on. So let's see how the things are going to play out. But look at that. So towards the side of Rozok and School, also there's a cluster forming. I mean, two teams that are coming towards the south, towards the center of the circle from the northern side. Then there's this one squad that is moved towards the southern side of Yasnaya on top of Mansion right now. So uh, they're not going to have any trouble. I think as soon as the center of the circle gets clustered up, that is
Yeah,
when
yeah.
fights are going to start, which is actually happening right now. So we do see one team has already made their way towards the potato hill.
Yeah, definitely. And one team that is bad intentions, I believe, that is already on Potato Hill. And look at that down there. Seven Sins Esports has decided to make their way towards the main island. So the IGL clearly is rooting that the zone would shift towards the main island. So we have but look at the drop. Johnny, look at the drop. I'll bring your attention to that. It is going towards that southern island. But the moment of truth is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where the shift is going to be and where the circle is going to go.
Oh, it's still split.
I think this is going towards military base. This is going towards military
Oh
base.
yeah.
We might just take Seven Sins, take a U-turn there. And exactly, yes. Look at them. They're going back towards that military island, towards the southern half of that military bridge.
Oh, they almost made a bad decision, but they fall back in line. Let's see, let's see how how the other teams feel about this. So Seven Sins Esports, as you mentioned, they're going to try and hold their bridge. I agree, and if they can actually manage to hold that bridge, they are going to have a lot of kills in their favor, and that can put them in the advantage. But I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in their direction as well, and
Definitely.
it's not easy to deal with like 4 or 5 teams that are gonna keep on shooting at you and you're shooting at them. At one point of time, Seven Sins are gonna fall down.
Definitely. So now it's going to be the question for the next question for the ideal of Seven Sins Esports. Is he going to stay on the bridge and hold it, or is he going to use those ridges behind a little bit behind and going to shoot at the passing vehicles from the bridge? So these are going to be all the factors because looks like PMCRC Fiat Zunobet is on its way on that military bridge. So a lot of traffic converging over there. Even the team like DOM official, they are also converging. I remember the last time when they were this group was out, they got a chicken dinner. DOM official, I believe they got the first chicken dinner. But look here, what is happening at Ferry Pier. Chaser and 26 Esports have found each other, and a knock has been traded here. Let's see how they are going to deal with the situation. Siam is looking to like pop in some smokes for his teammate out there, but it is still a difficult situation to deal with.
Yeah, it is quite difficult, but I mean, converting that knock, it's not. It should not be that difficult, that tough. They need one grenade, and that's your kill right there. But Ray next, he's going to try and peek for the rock from behind the rock. Has two players lined up right in front of him. A nade being cooked again. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about right there. One knock confirmed. The second nade is going to dish out a lot of damage on the players of Cronus, who are trying to hide right now. The scene from the backlines, he's going to try and make sure that his teammate is safe, but that is not going to happen as the players of 20 sec, I'm sorry, they come charging in. But wait, the scene, he's doing his job. He's taken down a few players, but he's going to be pinned down behind the vehicle and finished off. Just one knock coming in for the team, and 26 just absolutely destroy chasers right there.
Absolutely, a brilliant start for this team. They got they got hold of a team who was trying to go towards the ferry pier, this long area from where you can take a boat, but they just caught them off guard. They were not in any position to take that fight. Meanwhile, that was happening in ferry pier. There is a big cluster building up here towards the northern side of this Novo Bridge, because Novo Bridge is also inside this new zone. So the teams are going to take that into consideration as well. That is going to be a very good option for a lot of teams, and they have considered that option. Teams like LMS, BGZ Esports. There's one more team towards Milta. I believe that must be no. CronusLgnds is the team that is moving towards. A western side now. They are not going to take the Novo Bridge, but they were earlier there in that area where the cluster is right now.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see.
Oh.
Now this is going to be troublesome, because now every single team that were like, all right, we've crossed to the military island, they're going to have to fall back. And the teams that who were sort of late with their rotations are going to be celebrating. The circle just playing too many mind games. Oh, 22nd, another fight. One after the other. They start things off with a knock in their favor. They've managed to say, why aren't you shooting? There's a player to the right, and he's not taking the shot. He's too focused on the vehicle in front of him, the US. And, well, taking a nade to the face, I think that ought to wake you up right there. 20sec in some trouble. They are in a 2 versus 3 situation right now.
It looks a completely different team, right, Johnny? Like when they were outnumbering a different team, they were looking so aggressive. But now C4 is like putting up a fight, and let us see, can he like bring this fight back towards back towards the favor of his team or not? He's holding a revive for now, but the opposition is like King, the only last guy standing. His two teammates are bleeding out. This is the moment you need to do something. There's no action happening. That clearly means that there is a revive being held. There was a lot of time for him to like react, pop in some smokes out there, and in fact Sherlock and 007 could have given some information to him, but I think this is a mistake coming in from King.
Well, definitely a mistake. I mean, he could have just gone for the charge towards his opponents, or try to use some utility, but good on the part of 20sec. They were outnumbered in this fight. It was a 3v4. They brought it down to a 3v3, and now King is the last player surviving. It's a 2v1 situation. They are going to walk away with, 7 kills in total after winning this fight. So they, even if they take an early exit, even if they get just one placement point, there's 8 points for them in just one game. So quite an amazing start to the team. But let's see if they're going to be able to convert.
Let's see. But the play zone is now going to be here. King trying to apply some pressure. Let's see how they are going to deal with the situation. Utility being utilized by King right now, and some sort of pressure situation being created on him, and this is not looking good for him now. Let's see how is he going to respond to it. Meanwhile, AXB Esports is also here in a fight. They have reached just towards the northern side of the military base bridge. So we are going to see AXB Esports now in action right now. They are towards the northern side of this bridge. Toxin here on our screen, and we have like multiple teams inside the vicinity. 7sense Esports that was looking to go towards and holding towards the southern part of that military bridge has now moved towards the northern side, and they are holding that hill house just towards the northern side of the military bridge. So that's a decent split that has been pulled up by 7sense Esports.
Well, definitely, and based on how things are gonna go for this team, I mean, 7sense, they can actually have a really good time. All they have to do is be patient. See, So from a situation that was actually pretty bad for them, things are looking pretty good now. Because the circle took
Yeah,
a
definitely.
shift towards that direction, as you mentioned, and if that had not happened, all right, then we could say that seven C's they are gonna be in trouble. But they're doing pretty okay. They're inside the circle. They have an edge because you don't want to be in the center of a circle like this. So they have a good edge. They have cover, and all they have to do is be patient, let the opponents make mistakes, and then take them out when they do that.
Definitely, definitely. This is a situation. This is the kind of circle you don't want to be towards the center. You do not want to find yourselves towards the center. But let's see what is going to happen here. On one edge, we have bad intentions trying to pin down BGZ Esports that is coming in from the Novo Ritma bridge. There are other teams also coming in from that direction. And look at this. Bad intentions are looking to capitalize towards this edge, the eastern edge of the existing circle right now. Some good crates for them, some good loot for them. At this point of the game, it's going to be very important because the fourth circle is now closing in and multiple rotations. Look now, LMS Esports, they had already committed themselves towards that military island. They are now making a late rotation in this closing fourth circle.
Well, definitely, and not just this. I mean, look at this. So 10 teams are left, 25 players alive. So that means, I mean, a lot of individual players have been picked off. Oh, seven since they have a wonderful position to take this fight against PMCRC, but the players on the low ground, they're going to decide to back off right there. And I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting situation that the other lads are going to find themselves in, because now look at where the players of PMCRC can go. They go on one side, you have the players of Seven Sins on the high ground. They on the other side, they have the players of Seven Sins again, this time on the watchtower. So it's not going to be easy to get away.
Definitely, it's not going to be an easy escape from that situation. But I'm liking how this game is progressing. Multiple teams are looking to dominate different edges of the zone right now. So this is sort of uh, brings up good teams inside the final circle up ahead of each other, so that they have been dominating up till the different parts. Now, what happens when you come face to face with each other? That is going to be the situation. And look at this, so many different teams, players from so many different teams surviving here in these scattered houses as well.
Well, definitely, and that is the reason that fights are breaking out now, as we do see one of the players from the side of AXB also being taken down. But bad intentions on a screen right now. Three bad intentions is playing this game as a three-man squad, and they already have pretty decent number of kills. All the players are alive right now, so they should be they are already doing pretty decent. But as we know, they have, I believe they are in the top 7 as far as the standings are concerned, and by the end of the day, the team is going to look forward to have themselves within the top 4, or if things go their way, the top 3. So let's see if that is actually going to happen. But again, this is sort of a triple threat situation right there close to the bridge. And other than that, I mean, the level of aggression is going to be slowed down in this game for a while. All right, a bit of a hiccup right there.
Definitely, and this new circle shift, this fifth circle has also gone towards the area where we saw earlier Seven Sins Esports sit, and that means a lot of team are converging towards that direction, and that they're getting this opportunity to shoot them upon. So a decent game. The circle is supporting Seven Sins Esports now since the early half of the match that we've seen. But let's see how much advantage are they going to take, because right now they are looking for more kills at that petrol station just towards the northern side of this bridge.
Well, definitely, and uh, I mean, the just controlling that gas station, it's not going to be easy, because you already know of a team that's right next to you. Then you there's going to be a cluster of teams that are going to be coming in your direction from the northern side and the eastern side as well. So it's not going to be easy, but I mean, since the team is stuck in that situation, they're going to have to take that fight. But on the other side, there's a different fight going on, a fight to enter the circle. Let's see who is going to be the one who's going to win this one.
Definitely on the northern side, but bad intentions. Look at that. Stalker with his DP. He's looking to suppress the teams that are already holding those ridges inside the zone. So this is a good intention coming in from the team of bad intention. They are looking to create some space. Just 3-1 squad in this game, as you mentioned. Fahim is not here, so he was a player. He was sort of a star player for this team who was able to impress us the last time this
Oh
team
yeah.
was out on a outing, but. Right now, these three are looking to put an amazing show over here.
Well, definitely, but SR Esports right now, they do not want to slow down. They spotted the players of bad intentions, shots being fired by Iconic with the DP, but he's not going to connect. Although one of his teammates actually does. Bad intentions, they're taking hits from two different directions. The players stuck in the open, even though they have the web of smokes in front of them, they are not going to be allowed to escape. And somehow everyone shooting at them has a DP. Wow.
Definitely, this is a worst nightmare situation for bad intentions right now. They were suppressing the teams from outside the zone, trying to make their way. But this is what happens to you if you get spotted by multiple teams from the edge. You are gate kept, and that is exactly what is happening to them. Bad intentions, Stalker, he's the last guy standing. Winter, a kill being stolen there. SR Esports making sure they have, and look at that. Stalker finally falling down to his injuries. The play zone taking his kill, and bad intentions out of this game at the seventh. They become the hashtag 17 to get out of this game.
There has to be something that no one anticipated is going to happen to that team. But 5 teams remaining in this game, and things are looking quite surprising. I mean, did not expect SR Esports to have this fun of a time, but they definitely did punish a team for being too exposed out in the open now. AXB official, are they going to be able to convert this game into a victory for themselves, into a winner chicken dinner? Look at their position. They are smack in the center of the circle. Everyone is around them and everyone is out in the open. All they have to do is kill them from the distance. Don't allow them a position inside the circle, and this game is pretty much theirs.
Definitely. This is looking good for them. They are right in the center of the zone, so they only need to make a mistake to lose the chicken dinner from here. Let's see if they are going to be forced regarding that or not. But there are teams that are trying to get their way towards them. They are trying to put some pressure, and this is a decent number of people inside the zone. 16 players still fighting on there, but 26. Look at them. They got an opportunity. They are shooting at Seven Sins now. Caught out in that rotation. Seven Sins reckless also just surviving on 1 HP. They're trying to get his health up, but AXB Esports that was controlling that petrol station also managing to get some kills from all these rotations happening around them.
Well, definitely, and it is going to be really interesting to see how they get themselves out of the situation. SR Esports, Iconic, and Cobra, they have a really good approach. They have 2 different angles covered, and they have the high ground as well. Find themselves inside the circle from where they should be able to move forward in this game. Otherwise, there was a lot of trouble, but a nade from Penguin actually takes down one of the players from 20 sec. A wonderful usage of utility, and I believe there should not be a possibility of a revive because this player was too overextended, and after getting knocked out, if someone actually comes up to revive him, even that lad is going to be taken out.
Definitely, all these 5 teams are playing an impressive game, and talking about an impressive game. I think I'm also impressed by DOM official because they were also able to impress us the last time they were playing, and they got a chicken dinner. They were able to take their maximum players inside the final circle, but right now their last and final circle is also being spotted by SR Esports, and they're just waiting for Shanks to give a single pixel out. There may be a right peak. If Shanks does that mistake at this point, he might just be out of this game. A damage deliver there, and he is out instantly. That kills goes to I think the last AXB. Maxron takes that last kill away from the team out there, the OM official.
Well, definitely, and it should be. I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting situation, and it should be quite easy for the team to actually get to the airdrop right there, the team of SR Esports. But as we've been talking about it, I mean, AXB, as I said earlier on, they need to have this game. Otherwise, there's going to be so much to regret. The circle is there. The cover is there. Oh, the Molotov Iconic. Did he just jump in it? Wow.
Maybe, yes, he did jump in, but now he's being in Funo right now. 17 Esports, on this other hand, they have been eliminated. So, 4 players from SR Esports now converging on this warehouse and this military and this patrol station that AXB Esports has been holding up for so long now. So, this is a fair 4v4 fight for Group 1 in the final circle. Either AXB Esports or SR Esports is going to go away with the 15 points from this game.
Well, definitely. And I'm just wondering which one of these two teams was the one to smoke out in front of the warehouses, because I believe it was AXB and SR Esports also threw out like 1 or 2 smokes. But now the fight has been turned into a completely even situation. Oh, it is not even. It is actually 2 versus 3. AXB, they started off really well. They knocked out a few players from the side of SR Esports, but as soon as they came out, SR Esports just punishing them really hard for abandoning that cover, and it is down to a 2v2 situation. AXB, just 2 players left standing. 1 player, Maxtron, you see him knocked down, but I don't think a revive is going to be available. Revive is not going to be an option. It's all just to Leo and Toxin. Can they clutch it out?
Definitely, it's not looking good. Meanwhile, another player goes down. Maxtron, as you said, no revive for him. But look at Toxin. Where are you vaulting from? You're going to give away your position to every single opposition at the same time. So not a good position to be in right now. But let's see if he has been spotted already or not. Leo69, on the other hand, is trying to now create some spokes, trying to get close to that wall and that container where the enemies are right now. But Toxin has to move out now. His teammate, he's got the opening has been created by his teammate Leo69. They are smoking up the area so that Toxin could come out of that wall. But this is also looking good for SR Esports because they are already out there, already in the open. They are hunting. You can watch them go closely. And look at that. Even the backpack is also out for one of the player. Cobra out there in the final circle. Drone.
Well, that is exactly what they have to do. If they get spotted out, the advantage is not theirs anyway. I mean, they're going to get finished off. So they're going to try and be cheeky. But Iconic actually connects with the bullets being shot randomly. And now AXB official, it's just 1 player. Leo, the last man surviving. He's lying down on the ground, but he fires a few bullets, makes a little bit of a noise, and gives away his position. And in the end, he's going to get finished off. So the chicken dinner for match 1, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to SR Esports.
Yep, definitely SR Esports. They were able to impress us the last time we saw them, and this time they made sure they were not just impressive, they got that chicken dinner, they got those important 15 points out of this game number 1. So a decent start for SR Esports on the second day of their campaign. Let's see how teams are going to retaliate to this chicken dinner in Sanhok and the Miramar, because these teams have still got 2 more games to play.
Yeah.
SR Esports, on this day, they were the best in game number 1.
Well, definitely. I mean, they had a pretty wonderful position, and they were doing pretty well for themselves. But let's see. I mean, we're going to see how they actually manage to turn things around in the next game. Because before, when we had a look at the overall standings, I had huge expectations from Bad Intentions based on how they played the last time, and did not even get to see ImmensityX anywhere in this game.
Yep,
That was quite surprising. Where did that team go? A team that was sitting on the second position with no chicken dinners. Where are they now?
Yep, definitely. ImmensityX was a good team last time. Let's see. They were not looking so impressive
Yeah.
today in the first game. Let's see how they are going to play the rest of the matches for the day. But I think they still had a decent hashtag to start with, #2.
Oh
It's
yeah.
not going to be a lot of problem for them. One bad game, just they can afford that at this point. So let's see how they are going to do. But other teams, Bad Intentions, as you mentioned, they were just 3-man squad today, and even then they were looking to like dominate. But everyone on that northern half of the circle spotted them and pinned them down.
Exactly. And then there was this another team that well, they almost had one of the worst matches that they could ask for. That was 7 Sins on the military island. Because like, how chaotic does that have to be? Like, imagine like as an IGL, you're like, all right guys, we're gonna go to
Now we got to go back.
island. All right, back to the military island. Oh wait, we have to go back now.
Not as an IGL, but imagine you being a player and you're going to follow that IGL. You're gonna feel for him as well. Okay, he's the situation's the same for him as well. We are also watching him take the decisions. You feel for it for your IGL as well at certain
Yeah.
point because the zone is like playing little tricks with them, little funny tricks with them.
And it was super fun to watch like how this match played out. But then again, I mean, we did have some of the new names enter and put up wonderful performances. A few of the old names just not showing up. So quite an interesting turnaround right there. But how is this game going to affect the overall standings at the end of the day? That is the question that we're all asking.
Definitely, we've got to take a look at how the overall standing is going to change. Is ImmensityX still going to hold that podium finish for them
Yeah.
for themselves? That is going to be a thing. SR Esports, they're going to make a huge jump in that overall ranking. Then AXB official also, they had a decent outing last time as well. I believe from this say they got the second point here, 12 good positioning points. They had some decent kills as well.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, they had to do something wrong to miss the chicken dinner. Exactly, they have done that wrong. They just they did not flank their positions a split, and they thought it was going to work for them, but unfortunately SR Esports had all their angles covered, all their possibilities covered from where they could come out of that concrete cover that they were enjoying, and the chicken dinner was theirs.
Exactly, and I mean the mistake that you mentioned. The mistake was the fact that those smokes that were tossed out. Because
Yeah,
why would you do that? I mean, they are just tossing out smokes randomly everywhere. The smokes need to be laid out to cover precise positions. I mean,
yeah,
and since you know that there is absolutely no one towards your right, all the players of SR Esports are towards your left. Uh, Smoke off the left position, and then you can either take an exit from the back of that warehouse or and try and get into another position from where you can actually surprise them with the firefight, or you can just take
definitely.
an exit from the back of the warehouse and then fight it out from there. Just take them on from multiple positions. So that is something that they could have tried, but no, they just smoked off randomly, and then just players just ran out shooting, guns blazing. But hey, still a second place finish with 6 kills, nothing too shabby. 18 points coming in for them. Could have had 3 extra points plus the kills, but who knows? Maybe in the next match.
Definitely, and SR Esports getting 22 points out of this game. They could not have done anything better in this game, I believe. They made sure they got the chicken dinner. They pinned all the teams that were coming from the northern side. Other teams who got a decent game, Dom Official, Seven Sins Esports, 20 Sec, these are all the teams who managed to get double digits. But a team that is definitely going to feel that they messed out on this game is Bad Intentions. As you saw, as we saw them taking some good kills even before they were there in the final circle. 3 kills were already for them, but that is going to be the all. Overall, they were just able to manage 5 points out of this game.
Well, definitely, and it is going to be quite an interesting situation to see how the comebacks are going to be made. But again, as we mentioned, ImmensityX, quite a surprise. CronusLgnds as well. LMS 7-1, not being able to finish. 4 teams just completely missing out from the game. Or I believe actually there was 3 teams that actually missed out. I think MRX were actually present because we did see 30 teams in
Yep,
the
yep.
team counter on the top. So one of the lads was actually present. But still, I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting situation now after this overall leaderboard as to how the future matches are going to go. Because now the teams have played 4 games. Again, they were supposed to play 5 games in total. Just 5 matches left after the next game. The matches are going to go in negative. So it's just going to be like 4 matches remaining, 3 matches
Countdown.
remaining, 2 matches remaining. And that sort of builds up a lot of pressure on these players.
Definitely, definitely. That's going. This is going to be a countdown now, and this is going to like mean that pressure is going to build up, as you
Yeah.
said, Johnny, on the players right now. So it is an important thing, and just like we said, we are mean people. We want them to feel pressure. We want to see what they're going to do when they are under pressure, because this was a game. There was a possibility of a lot of things to happen, but did not
Yep.
happen. Things like bridge camping could have been done in this game by Seven Sins Esports and also other teams. Those were towards the lower side, but that did not happen in this game. But how are they going to react the next time when they come in Erangel and a bridge situation arises? Because now they have an idea of how the zone is like tricking them. So these are going to be things we are going to watch out for. But for
Yeah.
now, it's going to be some rainforest action and the gun game that you like, Johnny.
Exactly, because well, the next match is going to be played on Sanhok, and Sanhok is always fun, as we do talk about the level of aggression the map forces you in. It is super fun to see. And again, we were talking about drop locations clashing. I don't think that is going to happen with just 13 teams in the lobby. Even if they do, even if the drop locations do clash, there's going to be opportunity to run away and just escape the entire fiasco of team fights. But let's see how the matches are going to go. Again, just 2 more matches left for Group 1. After that, it is going to be Group 2 stepping into the battleground. So for now, I would like to see a little bit of more aggression from ImmensityX, because once again, ImmensityX last time, amazing performance. And not just them, apart from ImmensityX, PMCRC Fighters, there's a team that I remember being really aggressive the last time.
Yes, they are. I remember in Miramar last time they were very aggressive, and
Yeah.
they made sure they made an impact in the final circle over there. You remember? I think that was Mr. Tossi from one team. He was trying to like capitalize with that M762. We are going to see if how is he going to do there. I believe he was from MRX Esports. They are not out here. Let's see when they come into action. How are they going to impress? Because they were looking a decent team when we saw them play last time. So let's see how these teams, like you mentioned, PMRC, how are they going to bring up their game in Sanhok? Because in Sanhok, the rotations, they are obviously important, but it's very important if you can win that gun battle, if you can win that 4v4 fights, and you can capitalize and control the complete vicinity of yours. That those are going to be the factors that the teams are going to look out for.
Exactly. And I mean, as we move forward, I mean, as we were talking about it, I mean, Sanhok. Last time I remember seeing, I think it was the Paradise Resort, his eastern part, that was actually causing a lot of trouble for a lot of teams, and that was because of how the circle was laid out and how the rotations were being planned out. So that is something that the teams are going to watch out for. Apart from that, I mean, even this game wasn't too aggressive. I expected the fight of the military bridge when Seven Sins actually crossed over and AXB officials were present. I expected that fight to happen a lot sooner, but it took like, I think, 2 minutes for them to actually start fighting. So I don't know, Sanhok, the level of aggression that we are expecting, it might not be there.
Definitely, and I think in the first game the teams were more or less quite playing with the zone itself in the first place. But this is the overall ranking. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. ImmensityX still managing to hold on to that second spot. So this is a good news for them. But a decent jump coming in from SR Esports as well. They've crossed that 40 mark, but still leading on to the table on the strong performances they laid down in the first day on the first 3 matches. Bad intentions out there with 61 points.
Exactly. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we were talking about it, top 7 will qualify. So look at the top 7. And in particular, I mean, all right, so Immensity, AXB, SR, DOM official, these guys are quite close, 45 to 40 points. That's the difference between them. But BGZ Esports, 34 points. And then we have PMRC Fighters on 28 and 20sec just 1 point behind them, 27 points. So that last slot, it's still up for grabs. I mean, these teams are definitely keeping things close and interesting. And let's see if PMRC Fighters they can take it to the next level with the next game. Like, they can get a difference going between them and 20sec.
Yes, and all these teams on the second half of the page, because we can see like 14 teams did turn up in the 4 games that we have seen. So let's hope that this game, in the starting of this game, we have like 14 teams that are going to play. XBrothers are there. Let's see how XBrothers Esports are going to perform here. Seven Sins Esports also have a chance. So they just need one decent game, or one decent final circle finish. That is not too much to ask for, right? You can just be back in the race. CronusLgnds, we were having so much expectations from this team there, but they're still missing out. Just 1 kill out of the 4 games that they have played, and I think that is the least number of kills for any team in this lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and imagine this, that they're still not the last. They are still on the 12th position, not 14th. I mean, MRX and BDx not playing their matches. So CronusLgnds, they were just 1 kill, 2 managed to keep themselves in the fight. And I mean, it is them sitting on 14 points. And as I was saying, I mean, 28 points is where the team on the 7th position is. So if they can have even just one good game, they pretty much just make it already. So not too much pressure. Still 5 matches to go. Let's see what the team can do.
Definitely, and this is a lot of opportunity for the teams, but now they have got to keep an eye on the overall ranking right now
Yep.
because they are here for the top 7 slots. They are
Yep.
fighting here to move ahead into the next group, and that is what is important right now. That is what is going to keep the competition alive. So let's see how they are going to react to this. For now, let us see. Let us keep an eye on how Seven Sins Esports, because they had a decent outing in Erangel, and CronusLgnds are going to react in Sanhok because. These two teams have impressed us in different instances. CronusLgnds was able to impress us the first time they were in an angle. They were there in the
Yeah.
final second, and I believe those placement points, the 13 of them, have they managed to get a lot of them in that first angle that they played.
Oh yeah, I mean, and as you mentioned, I mean, it is going to be really, really important to keep an eye on the standings so that you can plan out your moves beforehand and see how exactly you want to play that game.
Definitely.
And that is something that we're going to see in the match as well. I mean, it is going to be quite critical to see if the players do have a switch of pace incoming, like a team that had a really slow angle. They play Sanhok really aggressive. But all right, so for now, we're going to take a very short break before we move on to Sanhok. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back. Oh, all right. So there's no break. Call from production. We have something that we've missed out. It is the Oppo F19 Pro moments that we still have to talk about. And
Yep, these are the important moments from this game. As we saw bad intentions being pinned down from multiple directions. This was they approaching the final circle, and SR Esports making sure that they do not get close. And this is the final circle, the fight between AXB Esports and SR Esports. So both the teams were able to impress us. They are now in the top 7 of the overall rankings. So a decent outing expected for them. For this whole day, they played decent in Erangel. Let's see how Sanhok and Miramar are going to be for these specific
exactly.
games.
But one thing from that moments, that Oppo F19 Pro moments, like my favorite part was what happened to. All right, wrong thing to say, but what happened to bad intentions right there? Like 3 teams shooting them with DPs. But all right, so we're gonna take a break right now. You guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it was just a prank. We are not taking any breaks now. Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Campus Championship 2021, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Super Johnny here, if you guys forgot about me, and then Trooper right next to me. I mean, it was just like we were gone for like, what, 15 seconds?
Definitely.
Yeah, we don't want to stop the action. So, Trooper, how about we just jump into the game?
Definitely. Sanhok, there are going to be a lot of fights. And look at this. Before we are jumping, the players have already started their jump towards Sanhok right now. Let's see how and multiple teams, like I can see Seven Sins here, Chaser is also here, Bad Intentions here. What is this happening? Are they all heading towards boot camp? Are we going to have a gunfight over there? No, that is not going to be the situation, because boot camp, I just saw there in the backdrop. These teams are moving towards the island of to Camp Charlie. So northern plane path in this game, and the teams are now gliding towards the southern half, trying to occupy the complete area available inside Sanhok. Few of the teams moving towards the northern side. We can see PMCRC moving towards the city of Cow. The game, I remember yesterday, the last and final game of Sanhok, the circle ended in Cow as well. And right now, Seven Sins is here in Hatton.
Oh yeah, and apart from that, I mean, Seven Sins in Hathin, they are all alone there. There's no one there. I think Chaser or Shirk is on the Camp Alpha Island, but it is just him and the other four players. Rest everyone else, most of the teams have decided to go to the main island, and a pretty nice spread as well. AXB official, they are quite close to bad intentions towards Tambang, so that is the Tambang and Ruins area where these two teams are present. So fight might be breaking out in the early stages. DOM officials, it looks like they're going to head towards the Camp Charlie and Cave area. Pretty good drop location for the early game based on where the other teams are.
Definitely, and look at that. There are two teams right now, very close to boot camp right now. CronusLgnds is there, Python Esports is
Yes.
also there. So this is going to be a situation for these two teams, how they are going to deal with that, and let's see. I think for now, Python Esports, they are trying to retreat from that situation. They are not trying to take their part from the northern side of those three warehouses that there are inside boot camp, just outside the main building of boot camp. They are moving towards the compounds that head towards Paradise Resort.
I mean, they can try and do that, but as we do see, I mean, SR Esports already have taken control of Paradise Resort, so it's not gonna be easy to go there, even with even if they are delayed with their rotation to the Paradise Resort. Because based on how the circle is, I believe SR Esports, they're gonna stick around for a while, at least 4 to 5 minutes.
Definitely, definitely, it's going to take some time, but multiple teams now in that boot camp and Paradise Resort area. SR Esports is also there. We can see BGZ Esports also lurking around that area. So there are a lot of teams already, and this is the center of this zone, this existing zone with Camp Bravo in it, and I don't think any other Camp Alpha or Charlie is inside the zone. So Camp Bravo is the only camp inside the zone, and the teams are like now concentrating towards making a cluster towards the center half of the zone. And let's see how XBrothers is going to approach this, because for now inside the zone we can see a lot of breathing space around this team.
Well, definitely. There's a lot of breathing space, as you said. Just the first circle, there's a lot of water as well towards the northeastern part of the circle, and somewhere around 20% water. But other than that, the early rotations towards the center of the circle are gonna make things a lot more interesting because now there's not enough cover. There's just the Paradise Resort and a few compounds, a few huts, in fact, the shacks that are around it. And apart from that, it's just all open area with a lot of ridges. So you have to be careful about those high grounds. Maybe a team is just there hiding. We know the snakes that like to roam the area
Definitely,
of Sanhok.
definitely.
So got to be careful, especially of those high
Definitely.
grounds.
And this is the team of ImmensityX, Johnny, that is like reaching Paradise Resort right now. Python, Dr. Rifat, and they
Oh yeah.
are looking good because this is the team that is still holding up the hashtag 2 position after 4 games. And as we mentioned, just 5 games now remaining. So they have a very decent chance of going into that top 7 slot at the end of game number 9, the 9 games that are scheduled for them. So let's see how they are going to react to this, because for now they are headed right towards Paradise Resort from boot camp. This is a completely different sort of rotation that is not expected in a competitive game.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the last match, what happened to them was they tried to pick on a fight early, and they got taken out. That's why we saw them with not enough points and not on the second page of the standings. I don't think they would want that in this game. So I agree with you. It's quite weird to see them heading towards one of the most overpopulated areas inside of the game. But it's not just them. BGZ Esports are also roaming around the Paradise Resort. Seven Sins official have started moving. Seven Sins Esports, I'm sorry, they've started moving, and based on the direction that they're moving in, it looks like even they might be heading towards the Paradise Resort as well.
Definitely, definitely. This is going to make things interesting around Paradise Resort, definitely. But another team, look at that. Bad intentions. They are trying to move from that area, from that southern half, of the zone, Shami, and AXB Esports is also trying to make a very long rotation. So these two teams, they are trying to like get make a late entry here inside the first zone, and they might just find each other out there. And if they find themselves at this point, the play zone is not very far away, so that might also play a role in the fight if that erupts in that direction near Nakam and Shami.
I mean, definitely. But look. Did you notice like AXB official and bad intentions? The teams are just sticking towards the southwestern part of the map. They still haven't moved, as you said. And all right. So ImmensityX already in some trouble as the utility is being tossed in their directions by the players of SR Esports. One player has been taken down. The other one is really ready. For one other grenade hits this door frame right here. Both these players are dead.
Definitely. It's going to be a very difficult situation to deal if that door frame is hit by an aid, and they've successfully made some space between themselves. That is an important thing to do. But Chief and Architect are also there. But look at that, Doctor Ripert on the receiving end of another nade. So this is a difficult situation, and they are now being pushed upon. Architect with an AKM holding up this angle, and two players converging on from SR Esports. A drop shot coming in, but he's got hold of both of them. He's managed to knock them, but he would instantly punish them as well and get them out of this game here.
Well, definitely, and quite a wonderful performance being displayed here by the players of SR Esports. Oh, but the third party comes in, and what just happened in an instant? ImmensityX second game, an early exit. The third party coming in from the side of BGZ Esports. SR Esports are going to be in their crosshairs right now. One of their players has been finished off, one has been knocked out, so it's just two players that are left standing. BGZ Esports, they have to cover a lot of distance before they make it to the main compound of boot camp. So SR Esports definitely do have time to go for the revives, but once their opponents get there, then well, they're gonna have to start from scratch. It's gonna be a 3v4 situation this time, though.
It's not turning out a good day for ImmensityX for sure. 2 games, 2 early exits, and BGZ Esports, they were already there, present in that western side of bootcamp for a very long time. And with their scopes, they just managed to hit them at the right point where they were trying to regroup, trying to win this fight over SR Esports, and they've been head banned out of the game instantly. Just 12 teams now remaining, with BGZ Esports now heading towards Paradise Resort and towards those 3 players of SR Esports. I think that is going to be the next fight that is upcoming in this game of Sanhok.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but let's see. AXB officials, it looks like they have started, and they are moving on with their rotations, trying to move inside the circle now. In fact, they are inside the circle, but they're going to be playing the edge for a while. On the other side, we do have we're going to have an interesting situation that's going to be built in the center. And right now on our screen, it's going to be CronusLgnds, ladies and gentlemen. Another team that has had an interesting performance.
Definitely, 13 placement points in 4 games, one kill point. So that is giving you an idea that the mindset for this team has been very passive in the first 4 games. But if you want to change the results, you need to change your gameplay as well, right? So that is a very straightforward situation for CL here, CronusLgnds, right here in front of us. And this was a team to look out for. They already have a name in the overall scene here, and they're already renowned team. So I expected them to go into more fights, and like put them under more situations where they could get some more kill points. But that has not been the story for them so far.
Well, definitely. And as you said, it has not been a story, but maybe they can change things around.
Definitely.
Maybe they can turn and somehow in the next 5 games, in the next 4 games, because this one is already underway. In the next 4 games, they can find themselves in the top 7. But let's see if that can work out. But Dom officials, I mean, the Dom official is definitely doing really well. Dom official is sticking to inside the top 7 for now. But as we did discuss, the top 7 is like really volatile, and anything can happen. But look at that. So as I was saying, Seven Sins official do actually find themselves outside of the Paradise Resort, and BGZ official are now looking for another opening against the players of SR Esports on the other side. All right, this is something that I did not expect. The cluster of the teams is actually forming towards Bhan.
Definitely.
But where is Bad Intentions? I'm trying to find that team out there. They were moving from Shami right now, but
Yeah.
AXB Esports is there towards the southern side. Are they still taking some damage out on the blue? So not a good decision from I think Bad Intentions right now. Let's see how that is going to turn into to their favor, because at this point in this lobby size, I don't think you need such a late rotation from any team, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, all right. Sanhok is a small map, so we do understand the late rotations that are made in the early game. But this is not the early game anymore. It's transitioning to the mid game stages. At this point, you are going to be trying to contest the circle. And yes, where is that team? Where have they gone? It seems like they vanished from the map.
Definitely, for now, it is definitely looking like that they have vanished. But as you mentioned, these teams, they are now converging, and a 1v1 situation coming in for Shanks right now. He's getting some damage from behind as well. But let's see, another support coming in. His support goes down instantly to that Vector. So that is, and he gets that knock eventually. Shanks is now going to go for that revive. But AXB official, they are sensing this opening. The players are now converging themselves, and reinforcements being applied very soon to on this fight.
Well, definitely. This fight, I mean, it started with AXB official, as you mentioned, AXB official on the back foot. But I mean, that is a team that has had a wonderful performance as DM official as well. So the lad that has been knocked out should not be allowed to go get a revive, finish him off first, and then take on his teammates. But he's falling back slowly and steadily. All right, now the finish has been secured. The players have utility? One nade towards that house, or one nade coming in from there behind this rock, and actually do the trick. But hit them with the Molotov first and shoot them second. Even that works. DM official just putting the thoughts to display. AXP official, I believe they're down to that final player.
And I believe that was the molly. That was molly of his own molly that was hurting him.
Oh,
So,
damn.
and he had to get away from that fire when he was caught out in the open. So, a panic situation prevailing over AXB. Sports Toxin is the last guy now remaining, and he's also got the cursors on him right now. Green is there with that green cursor on him, trying to get a hold of Toxin right now. But another team in the vicinity, that is XBrothers Esports. Let's see what impact they might give here. Toxin, he came in with that quick left peek, but he's being pushed upon. Let's see, can he get a knock here? No, and instantly eliminated there by Shanks with his AK.
Well, definitely. And another one bites the dust. Not just
Yeah.
a player, but an entire squad has been forced to bite the dust. And it was AXB official, a team that finished at the top
Yeah.
two, top two in the last match. So DOM official, I mean, they are definitely going to be contesting the overall leaderboard's top three after this fight. 4 kills already secured. Have lost just one player in a really comfortable position. They're going to be moving forward in this game. But talk about moving forward. Where is the circle going to go? Hey, bad intentions are here.
Finally arriving to the scene, a very late entrance from them just outside boot camp. But I'm actually impressed. Actually impressed. If they have sufficient meds right now, they have. Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
that. The zone also favoring their entrance right now, so they have a lot of space around them. So sort of this late rotation somehow working for them. But in this lobby size, I don't think they needed to make such a late appearance for themselves. But let's see how they like move ahead from where they are right now.
Well, definitely, and it is going to be really, really weird to see how they actually manage to make their way. Uh, how much further can they move in? But yes, like how many bandages did they end up using? Like this is the third circle, and they're just getting close to boot camp. I hope the circle stays away from them the whole game. The whole game.
Definitely, you need a lot of utility if you're playing outside in the blue. And Sanhok, I don't think in Sanhok the utility is a problem. I think there's a lot of loot available everywhere. That is what I feel for Sanhok. That you if you get like if you could loot up 2 or 3 compounds, that is enough for like one guy completely. A lot of spawning of loot happens in Sanhok actually.
Well,
Don't you
let's
think,
see.
John?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
So
okay.
So let's see if they might find some more mates for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they can. So, because I don't think, I mean, boot camp is a pretty big place, right? Where they're heading. So,
Yeah.
they should be able to find something along the way.
11
Um,
teams, 37
but
players still, yes.
yes. All right. So, what do you think is going to happen to this final lad from CronusLgnds? So, like, that's not the final player, but still, I mean, he's stuck behind that rock. 3 players looking at him.
I think he's not looking to make a move anytime soon. He's got hold of that cover for that rock, and he's going to stay there for some time. And he's in no mood to make a single movement right there. He knows exactly he's safe here. So he's trying his chances and waiting for the zone or any other opposition to arrive in the scene so that he's forced to make a move over there.
I mean, that is pretty accurate right there. But there's another team approaching him from the back.
Yep.
I mean, CronusLgnds, they're going to be sandwiched right now between Chasers and DOM official.
It's going to be a legendary sandwich, Johnny. Let's see what
Oh, yeah.
happens. And DOM official, and they've just been in a fight. DOM official, they have wiped off AXB Esports, so they are already the battles are already warm there, hot there. Let's see if they get some more kills out here on CronusLgnds. So this is going to be the situation right now, and they are on the higher ground as well. So not a lot of hiding space would now be available for both the players of CronusLgnds there. Let's see how they are going to deal with the situation.
Well, definitely, because it is quite a tough situation that they are in. One thing that can work out in their favor is going to be the fact that it's going to be a possibility of DOM official actually just ignoring CronusLgnds completely and just taking on the team of Chasers right in front of them. But let's see if that is going to happen. DOM official, they are being extra careful. Which they have to be. I mean, there's just 3 players left in the game, and I actually did not expect Sanhok to be this low. We had like 2 fights.
Yep. A very slow start for Sanhok, to be honest. But this zone, look at this zone between Paradise and Bootcamp. Those that riverbank area is now they are going to be the part of the battlefield. All these teams now have to move towards that direction. So it's going to be difficult for teams like CronusLgnds, obviously, because they are not looking to move anytime soon from where they are right now with multiple enemies around them as well. So this is going to be difficult. And look at that. Finally, he's been spotted. He's been spotted out there, and that sandwich we were referring to has been executed here on CronusLgnds here. Just one last guy, and now he's making a run out. No, he's for now he's moved to a cover.
I mean, let's see if that is going to happen, because now the clock has started to tick, right? It is just going to be a matter of seconds before the blue zone actually kicks in. Before the circle moves away, the blue zone kicks in, and DOM official are forced to close the distance between them and CronusLgnds, and in turn, they have to finish off CronusLgnds. So almost every single one of these 3 teams is going to be forced to move out of the positions that they are in right now. But let's see how that is going to work out. On the other side, though, BGZ Esports, they are in some trouble as they are taking a lot of hits, and the players are going down. So 2 players have gone down, just 2 players left standing.
And we were expecting a fight coming in from BGZ Esports and SR Esports. That did not happen. They somehow coexisted very close to Paradise Resort down there. But now, since the zone has shifted from that area, BGZ Esports moving in, ImmensityX, they are going down one after another. Let's see what is going to happen here. We have Patlu on your screen. He's got the Thompson out. He's giving some serious damage to BGZ Esports. Sakib is just bleeding out in front of him, and he is going to hold a revive for his teammates. His teammate is also out there, Pop, holding a completely different angle and trying to notice a movement here from the last player of BGZ Esports.
Well, exactly. I mean, it is that one individual that the entire team is relied upon right now, and it is Flash on our screens. So now Flash just has one thing left to do. He needs to hide. He needs to survive and get those placement points for his team. Because look at this. There's still 10 teams, still 31 players alive, 20 minutes into a game of Sanhok. And all right, so SR Esports right now, again, moving in the direction of PMCRC Esports right in front of them. Oh, shots also being fired is going to reveal the information as to where the team is, but that is not going to matter as they're going to be starting things off. Iconic getting the first knock.
And this is not looking good for SR Esports even, because they are very close to the play zone and they are being gate kept. PMRC, if they can get some significant damage on the incoming SR Esports, they might just to halt their movement towards the zone at this specific part of the map, which is not good because SR Esports has been here since the early part of the game. But this is not going to happen to SR Esports. They are not going to go down here. They are going to make sure that they suppress this fight over here, but they did put themselves in a difficult situation by making this rotation so late. But for now, they are looking good. They have won that fight over there on the northern half of the zone.
Well, definitely the fight is theirs, but what about this one? I mean, they're gonna have to take on more fights because, like 60 seconds ago, there were 4 more teams. Now there are 6 teams, 15 players. So it's really chaotic, the situation inside the circle right now, and the players from Team Chasers, they're trying the level best to kind of hold on to their lives. It is 3 players. They've secured a really good number of kills already in this game, but let's see if they can move further in. Also, Bad Intentions have made it this far as well.
Yes, Bad Intentions have made sure that they are here this far, and I still believe that they were playing a 3-man squad. But look at this, that elimination coming in with that Uzi, a Shrek chasing in on Venom and eliminating out of this game. So a decent game. But LMS, look at them. They are finding a third-party situation available, trying to capitalize on it. They've got just 1 kill so far from this third-party situation, but they are looking right now. LMS, they have been able to impress us, and they are constantly like blooming over that eastern half of the zone right now.
Yeah, I mean, just putting up an amazing performance. LMS 4 kills secured by this squad. And this is a lot different from how the team was playing the last time. I mean, if you remember, the first time that they played, well, really different from what they are putting to display right now. So it's quite good for the lineup. But talking about lineups, look at the team of Evolution on our screens right now. They have lost 1 player, but they have 8 kills confirmed. So
Definitely.
a really good position.
And this is also a team that was playing 3-man squad. So a lot of teams are playing 3-man squad here in this game. So Bad Intentions and Team Evolution, to be precise. Let's see how they are going to deal with the situation. Because now look at this, Bad Intentions. They are now in a split situation. 3 players in 3 different positions, and SR Esports making their way still from the northern sides, and they are putting an halt to all the resistance that they are fighting. But not a good news for their teammate Iconic, because he falls down to the play zone. But now multiple teams, 2 solo players right now holding up the position for SR Esports. Penguin is there in the flanked position. Difficult situations arriving, difficult hurdles ahead of SR Esports now on that northern side. It's going to be very difficult for them. But this 1v1, Pop is going to make sure he's going to put an end to BGZ Esports last player Flash over there.
Well, definitely. And the BGZ squad has been taken out with that 4 teams remaining. Oh, LMS Poppy, he gets spotted out by Stalker, and Stalker actually drops him down with the second spray that he does on that player. LMS, oh, what just happened? And Fury, not even being given the opportunity to fight back, he just gets taken out by a Shrek, and that makes 9 kills for the Evolution squad.
Definitely 9 kills now for Evolution, but SR Esports, kudos to them. They did manage to get the top 3 spot from this game, but now we are witnessing Evolution, Bad Intentions, 2 teams that came in 3-man squad, now managing to find themselves in the final circle. Winter getting some shots out there from Ashraq, but he is still like holed up in this concrete cover that he's enjoying for now. But a heal battle also coming in from Penguin for first stage. Let's see if this is going to help him get some positioning points out of this situation.
Well, let's see if the points are going to come in their direction. So for Bad Intentions, I mean, the rotation that we were being so questionable about has actually worked out in their favor. That lad over there is trying to do an heal battle with just 2 first stage remaining, so that is going to be over soon. But this is a fight that is going to be really critical. 3v2 situation. Look at that. 1 first aid left on Penguin, and he gets taken out without even using it. But now that's Q for Bad Intentions to go charging in. So Stalker and Winter are going to be the frontliners. Winter with a nade in his hand. Ashraq getting spotted out. He's going to be taken down by Stalker. 1v3 situation for Sam. We thought a 1v3 was not going to happen yesterday, but it was there. Now Winter with the Vector is trying to take out his opponent, but he's going to get taken down instead. Down to a 2v1. Sam, can he heal up? I don't think so. He's going to be burned alive, extra crispy, as Bad Intentions actually take the chicken dinner in this match.
A team that was not there, that sort of like vanished from the face of Sanhok when it was time for zone number 2.
Yeah.
Comes back with all the 3 players in the final circle, 3 players from 3 different angles. They push in and get the chicken dinner on the final team. So decent performance, strategic gameplay coming in from Bad Intentions, and I'm really impressed with the way this team has performed in Sanhok, because they were also looking good in Erangel up to the point that they were get kept, but in Sanhok, the way they have outsmarted us, even we were like, but I would still feel this was Sanhok. They could not have waited for so long outside the zone, because in a populated lobby that might just go against you at any point. So apart from that late rotation, everything done by Bad Intentions was perfect over.
Exactly, I agree with you. I mean, in a lobby where all 16 teams are present and all 64 players are there are a lot of things that happen right now would not have happened. But we can't really do anything about it. I mean, the players did actually. It is good for them that they were able to adapt. All right, so we don't have all 64 players. There are a lot of teams that haven't joined in, and we can play that to our advantage. Teams that do realize that certain situations do work out in their advantage are definitely going to go a long way, and Bad Intentions like doing that quite perfectly. But apart from that, I mean, what was it players and teams just like running into boot camp and trying to take control of that rotation, especially during the mid-game stages? It's not going to be empty if it's in the circle. That is that I think that is something that we have learned out over the years. Now late game stages, the boot camp is in the circle. There's someone there. Don't even try. There's someone gonna be there.
I think at this stage, Johnny, at the group of 128, to be honest, there are going to be a lot of matches still that we are going to witness. These are going to be some of the mistakes that we are going to watch from these players. Like, remember, like today, that nade that was being cooked. Remember yesterday in Miramar when that nade was being cooked right at the face of the enemy? He came in with a gun and shot that guy. So these are going to be a few mistakes that we are going to watch regularly at this level. But that is what we are here for that filtration process to go through. After we get the top 7 teams, these mistakes are like going to come down a little, and then we are going to have more pro action coming up.
Exactly. I mean, but look at this. So the standings of the game are in front of us. Evolution actually did have a lot of kills, as we were talking about them. So they get 21 points. Bad Intentions, because of them getting the chicken dinner, they have 19 points in total. Otherwise, they were in a lot of trouble. SR Esports, although the third place finished 17 points coming. The SR Esports are being really consistent, so they're gonna have a move up, I believe, in the overall standings. Bad Intentions pretty much will be sticking to the first position.
But look at that, once again, CronusLgnds just 1 point out of this game, so not a decent outing for them. ImmensityX missing out on the consecutive games, so they're having an off day, I would believe. Just one last game remaining for this group. So ImmensityX would like to get some points out of Miramar, I would believe, because they were really impressive in the first 3 matches. But the last 2 matches, they, I believe, just got 3 or 4 points in total from the 2 games.
I believe, I mean, along with that, I believe in ImmensityX, the fall down is going to be there in the overall standings as well. As you mentioned, the last 2 matches haven't really gone their way, not good performances at all. And that's going to result in a tough time in the team having a tough time in the overall standings. Let's see if they can recover themselves in the matchup on Miramar, because that has happened before. Teams have had that one game for themselves and have been quite comfortable with it. So let's see if that works out in the favor.
Definitely, it's going to be some desert action now, some hot desert action, and I just love that map. I've said that a million times now on camera, but one more time more heard, I believe. So the Oppo F19 Pro moments are here, ladies and gentlemen, now for this game, and we saw that legendary sandwich situation for CronusLgnds out there, and multiple teams were able to impress us. LMS Esports, they were looking to bloom towards that eastern half. This is going to be a team we are going to keep an eye on for the rest of the games, and let's hope they manage to reach that, get that top 7 slot and move ahead in the competition as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to see if that is going to happen with the team, but this final fight, the final fight that was taken by, or in fact the final fights that were taken by the players of Evolution, quite ballsy of them to
Yeah.
just aggress and run out like that towards their opponents without caring even a little bit about their own survival. So quite impressive. Hopefully they play the next match just like that as well. And I mean, we're gonna see if things are gonna change for this team, because if I remember correctly, I mean, Evolution also did actually have a pretty decent position in the standings.
Definitely, they came in second. And Johnny, if we look at the similarity between the final circle fight in Erangel and Sanhok in both the matches, the team that was holding a good cover, they were engraved
Yeah.
in the cover in the final circle. So that is the situation. A cover is good for you, but when your position is revealed completely and you are encircled, engraved, you need to come out of it. Otherwise, you are going to be crumbled for space. Even the last kill that was through that molly in Sanhok, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was weird. And if you remember Erangel as well, I mean, the player just mauling himself by mistake. Oh no,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was in this game as well. So stuff like that does happen quite a lot. But overall standings in front of us, so bad intentions. Look at that 80-point marker already being hit. 2 chicken dinners for the team.
Definitely, this is the first team from group number two, group number one to get the second chicken dinner. So a decent day out there for bad intentions. They just had a one-off game, and that was the game number 4. But now coming back with a strong chicken dinner, making a mark. But on the second page, PMCRC, they are a strong team to still be on the second page. But there's not a lot of point difference between 9th, 10th, and 11th. And I believe that mark that was 28 at slot number position number 7 has now come down to position number 10. So this is going to get interesting for this group. It's going to be a very fierce and tough competition in the last and final 4 games that
Yeah.
are left here. The teams are going to try to get to that top 7 slot. So the competition is getting better here in these groups now. In this group number 1, is in this group of 128.
For sure. I mean, because players every single time they show up to play their matches, they're going to realize what's on stake. They're going to realize how tough the competition
Definitely.
is. And when they're not playing, when they're watching the matches of other teams that are competing, I mean, that is the same thing that they're watching out for. So for now, let's take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Kharkiv. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Kharkiv. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Kharkiv also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Kharkiv. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Kharkiv tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello everyone, once again welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Campus Championship 2021, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. My name is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Trooper right next to me, and we are just about to head into match number 3 for group number 1 for today. Overall, it's going to be match number 6 for these guys.
Definitely, it's going to be match number 6, and it's going to be played in Miramar. So we
Yes.
are going to be excited about this one. Let's see which is going to be the team that is going to get the maximum points out of this Miramar that they're going to play, and let's see how which teams are going to end inside the top 7, because this is going to be the first group that is going to complete their top 7 that for their first 6 games, and we're going to have the top 7 out of these players today.
Well, let's see if things are going to go just like you said they are. But, I mean, for now, I just want to see how the matches are going to commence when they actually do, because we have seen a lot of turnarounds from the team in the previous 2 games.
Yep, because the teams that are not going to be in the hashtag 7, right? They're going to be they're going to end their day number 2 under a lot of pressure. So no one would want to be there and the top in like outside that hashtag 7 position. So we are now going to head towards this game. The plane path is here, the important plane path in Miramar right now, just from the west of Toria Homada towards prison Minas del Sur over the city of Valdemar. That is going to be the plane path. Cities like Chomasera, cities like Minas del El Pozo, all reachable. Picaro always always reachable. San Martin is also going to be an option available for the teams. PMCRC is now hovering over the city of San Martin for now, but the cities like Los Llanos, Impala, Puerto Palacio quite far away from this
Well,
main hub.
definitely. And talking about how things are going to go in this one, I mean, we do see already, I believe I see two teams heading towards La Cobriere, and the circle has moved towards the southern side of the map. So it's going to be a troublesome situation for teams like DOM Official, for LMS, and for the
Definitely.
team of Evolution. But talking about trouble for Evolution, look at them. So two players in Cruz del Valle, one towards Hacienda. It's already a three-man squad, and they have gone for a 2-1 split.
Yep, let's see how they are going to deal with this situation, because it's a decent position for them right now. Two players in Cruz de World, two players in Hacienda de Petron, and that is going to open up a lot of options for them, right? They're going to get a lot of information that there is no other team in that vicinity. So let's see if that is going to help them in deciding from which side they should rotate on and what are the things they are going to avoid. But for now, look at that. A lot of opening space from that Minas to Impala, La Bandita area, Los Llanos side. So there, that is going to provide a lot of easy space for the teams like Evolution to rotate.
Well, definitely. And when these rotations do actually happen, I mean, one of the major cities is actually going to be the easiest way to do so. I mean, you go towards Los Leones, as we have talked about this yesterday as well. Entering these big cities on Miramar is quite easy, just because of how big the map is. The size of the cities are pretty big, and you can actually sneak your way in without getting noticed, or without drawing too much attention to yourselves. It's the fact that when you try and take an exit, that is when you actually have to be really careful.
Definitely, and these are going to be the factors the players are need to take care of. But SR Esports so early into if they do manage to get a fight here, they would want to get out of it alive, because it is like right now the kind of rhythm that they have built themselves in the last two matches. They would definitely want to capitalize over it. But LMS Esports, we were talking about them also in the last game. That was the team that was coming out from the eastern side, and they were looking impressive at a certain stage. Eventually, they were eliminated, but in this game, a early fight for both these two teams is going to be very crucial.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really crucial for them. But I mean, it is for now. Miramar early game stages, I don't expect much action, even though we do have the cluster towards the center of the circle on our screens right now. As we were talking about, we have been talking about this team since the start of the day.
Yep.
ImmensityX being unable to perform. Hopefully, this match doesn't go the way the previous two have gone. Not an
De-
early exit. They're the first ones to be eliminated.
Definitely, definitely. And right now we can see them, architect moving towards just outside the city of Chumasera. So that is the center half of the map, and they are making the rotation on foot. So early move coming in from them. Let's see how this is. This is a bold step, mind you, because this complete area is not that far away from the plane path that the team started to jump from. So technically this is not a safe area, and they are running out in the open now. Architect, he's got a vehicle I can see, but he's not heading towards his teammate who are like still on foot. So this is going to be a difficult situation for ImmensityX to deal with.
Completely agree with that. And as you said, it is going to be difficult, but it's not going to be impossible. I mean, let's
Yep.
see if the team is able to find a solution to the problem at hand. On the other side, one team that I'm constantly going to look out for, it's going to be DOM official, because, like, look at them, still in the city of Torre Amuda. That's a
Yes.
long way they have to travel just to be inside the circle. And if a team decides to stay on the edge, if someone decides to gatekeep, oh, there's so much trouble that they are going to be in.
I like how the teams have like spread over the eastern side as well, because a little while earlier we were finding a lot of space in that area of La Bandita, Minas, and Impala. But now those areas have been occupied by teams like XBrothers Esports and BGZ Esports as well. See, Chaser Esports is definitely Team Evolution is heading towards that area, but it has been occupied in a very short span of time. But so imagine how things are going to be for DM official when they are going to make the rotation. They are definitely going to find
find some sort of challenge on that northeastern edge of the zone.
Am I seeing this right? Are the players of 20 sec really spread apart like that? I mean, two
Yeah.
players on the western side of El Pozo, one towards the west of Monte Nuevo, quite close to the players of CronusLgnds. I have like no idea what the players are going to try to accomplish from it. And Rainax is no stopping. He's all right. So he stopped at the edge of the circle. Now he's
And
back
back
in his
on.
vehicle. Is he how further in of the circle does he want to move?
Let's see.
Well,
Maybe
let's see,
he's
yeah.
scouting. Yeah.
We will find out.
And maybe he's scouting for his team, right? He's gathering the information, and he also has a teammate with him. So there are two players with two different vehicles for Renex Renex over there. So that is going to be the situation for 26. Nemesis is now going to follow them, trying to get inside the zone, but they are playing a very, I would say, this just can go against their favor as well, because they are now rotating in very less numbers. You just might find any team in that rotation, so this can just go drastically against them.
Definitely, I agree with that. I mean, it can go against them. Keeping this much distance between the lads is never advisable. But look at the cluster of the teams that has formed towards Los Leones and towards the western side of Los Leones. BGX, although towards La Benedita, with Flash actually just scouting up ahead for the team. It might just be able to work out for the lads for now, since it's just the first circle. I mean, the second circle is yet to form, and they still have a lot of distance that they can actually cover. So, good plan for the early game stages. But I mean, if the circle takes a shift towards Los Leones right about now, it's going to get really interesting, because then we are going to have like 4 to 5 teams trying to move in early.
Definitely, the lobby size for all these three games have been standard, so all these things are going to play a very significant role. And the rotation, the timing of the rotation, is going to eventually lead to the clusters that are happening towards the northern side of this existing zone. So you're very right, Jolly, that these teams need to make sure that they start moving they get into their rotations early, because still the blue zone is here, so a lot of damage is going to be there for the teams like DOM official as well.
Definitely. But on our screens, another squad right now, that is going to be the team of Evolutions. Have been having a wonderful day. I mean, game number 1, a decent number of kills, a good outing. Match number 2 as well, an amazing performance. I mean, taking the most points from that match, 20 plus points from that single game. So Evolution is doing really well tonight. And moving forward, this game, we're gonna hope that the momentum that they have right now, it sort of carries on in Miramar as well, and carries forward towards the next time they come back. But for now, they don't look too bad. I mean, the position of the circle that they were in is not too far away. Their entrance point towards the next circle, it's pretty clear. Seven Sins officials, that is a team that actually is. They don't like to fight that much, so not too much to worry about. But again, DOM official, now they start to move in, and it is 2 players up front that are going to be scouting for the team, and then Radin and Shanks on the back lines.
And as we were speaking, Johnny, and we would talk about the rotation, the split rotation of 26, I believe they just lost C4, and they found the players of LMS in rotation. He was the last guy, he was moving, and he was like sandwiched in between the players of LMS Esports, and they made him pay for it. They made him pay for that late rotation. He's been eliminated out of the game. So now 26 is going to play the rest of this game as 3-man squad. Speaking of 3-man squad, there is another team that is constantly playing the day with 3-man squad, and they are also in a vehicle situation right now. That is bad intentions. So let's see how they are going to deal with the situation now. But for now, 26, they have lost a player.
Well, they have lost a players, and that is why those split rotations, they are quite tricky, because you never know who is going to encounter the team. You might be thinking, oh, the scout is the first one to go in. The scout is the one who has to play split. Let's give him the backup. So the scout is going to be rotating with another player along with him. And the 2 players on the back lines, who are going to be the 2 individuals, like with solo vehicles covering each other, they are going to be the ones getting picked off. Or maybe your duo is going to get picked off. Anything can happen. So it's not advisable to have like 500, 600 meters between the two splits. Maximum distance that I would say you should stay away from your team is like 100 and 150 meters, from where you can actually provide them the cover fire. You can try and save them if they get knocked out. You will have flanking opportunities on the teams that are that if I mean they try and pick fight against you in the middle of the rotation. So 150, 200 meters max. Anything beyond that is just a risky decision.
Definitely. Definitely, and Johnny, and we have seen the best teams from the region as well play. They never go for such a big split, just like you said, maximum 100, 150 meters. That is the split that they keep between the players, and that too under specific circumstances, not all the time. And look at
Yeah.
this late rotation, punishing DOM official, some vehicle mishap that is a regular thing in Miramar to happen. They are on the receiving end of it at a wrong time, and the second zone is also closing in. That means the damage is going to increase with every passing second as well on them.
Well, definitely. Let's see if it is gonna if they are gonna be allowed to leave. AXB official. What? Why? How does Toxin just get away from that? I mean, Shinigami had a clear shot. That was basically a 1v1 situation between these two players.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I thought he
Wow.
was a dead man already. But a near escape for him. He's going to get this opportunity to regroup with his friends once again. Let's see. That's that's a messed up situation, but definitely a good chance. But 20 sec, the action does not stop for them. Another player goes down now. But let's see what is the situation for them. Are the three players still together, or they have managed to find another split for those players? Shingami.
So, yeah, he is still hiding. And so, Shinigami, here's a history of the word. In the Japanese cultures, the Shinigamis are basically Grim Reapers, the ones that are supposed to help the souls transition from the world of the living to the world of well, to the afterlife. And
That's scary.
the man is not living up to the name right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's not helping people transfer to the afterlife. He's allowing them
Yeah,
to stay here
send people
in the
back to
game.
lobby.
Definitely. So Shingami not doing justice to his name for now, but another team that is, look at the split from 26 right now. Just two players remaining. One is already inside the zone. The other player still stuck out there towards near the edge of that the western zone. And this is going to be a difficult situation for 26 now. Two players in the, and what a nade moment we got here. Two not coming in. Sherlock goes down, Faisal goes down, and Toxin with that brilliant. He's just made a mess of that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation has been messed up, but the fight is still not over. With two players down, this team of XBrothers, they're going to have to take it on. And Toxin, he is definitely a Toxin and being really toxic right now, taking on these players all by himself. So this is a situation that is already really, really advantageous to him. I don't know why he's scared. Two players were knocked out, but now it's a 1v4 again. Just the delay, just the slight uncertainty of if I'm going to be able to take it, it is going to be bad for him. Now he's going to get charged upon. Four people heading in his direction. Sherlock again being dropped down to around 40% HP. AXB, the backup has arrived. The other players, Toxin's teammates, they are here to help him take this fight. And well, in return, the players of XBrothers are now pinned down under the bridge.
Yes, and I think Toxin did not want to go to and take that 1v3 or 1v2 situation head on, because he was not confident enough. So let's see a decent move, a passive move coming in from him. We'll have to see how his teammates support him, and because they are not the only team in the vicinity, right? AXB Esports has also got company behind them. We can see on the high ground there, 18-7 Sins Esports just behind them. So this is going to be a difficult situation, and a situation that could have gone in their favor. AXB Esports, just because of their passive approach, they have allowed a near escape for XBrothers Esports out here.
Well, definitely, but this close escape, this close call, it was something that should have never happened.
I mean, XBrothers Esports, it started out with a 1v4 situation. All right, let's make it a 2v4 situation, that one player on the flank. But that flank could have easily been smoked off, and XBrothers could have pulled out of there, taking on Toxin, getting that one kill, and then moving back. But the fight, even the way AXB official actually disengaged, why do that? Two players knocked out, just push in, get the finishes.
Definitely, definitely. That should have been done there. But meanwhile, 20sec loses another player in that split. So four players have been killed solo here by for 20sec esports in a split situation. So that is not how you want for you. What is the point of support and cover fires? Like if you're losing players in the solo mode and in a split situation. So this is not a difficult situation. This is not a good position to be in. The last player out in the open, not even on the land, inside there in the water, he is being hunted down.
Well, the hunt has begun, but still the players, they are trying to hide. I mean, it is just one player hiding under the water, the surface of the water. He's running out of oxygen soon, so he's gonna have to decide if he wants to take bite the bullet or actually just die from suffocation right there. AXB official. Almost. Oh, finally, it was Maxtron actually who gets it.
Definitely, Leo 69 would complete the kill there and with his mini. So bad intentions also now in the vicinity. So AXB Sports now I'm feeling the way they are being surrounded on this part of the map. I think the decision, the passive decision of not taking a fight, they're somehow helping them in existing right now because they've got a lot of neighbors who have a high advantage over them. Nemesis, on the other hand, still surviving, but there is a completely different fight that I can see, and I believe Evolution has been eliminated from the game. They are on the receiving end against BGZ Esports. A lot of casualty in the kill feed for Team Evolution.
Well, definitely, and evolution, team evolution. The last few games have been really, really impressive from that side. I mean, the way they have actually played things out and the way they were taking those fights. But this time around, let's see if they can, if they can recover in the future matches and sort of keep the same momentum going as I was saying before this game. But AXB official have been really interesting as well, and. All right, so bad intentions now. Not since they were inside the circle, they are going to play the edge this time. This team likes to do that. We saw that from the last game, and Copper actually with the mini 14 does actually manage to land some decent shots.
Yes, those are really good shots there that he managed to land on the players of SR Esports. Iconic. Now he smoked himself, smoked the space around him completely, trying to survive near that truck. But another team that is prevailing in this specific part of the map is Seven Sins Esports. They are getting some kills for themselves, and the zone is also looking to like shift back towards these areas as well. So AXB Esports, they are holding a compound in the center of the existing zone right now, and on the northern sides, three good teams are holding the higher ground on top of them. One of them is SR Esports, and the other team is Seven Sins. And on the top of complete these teams, we have Bad Intentions, who are now being challenged by PMRC. So multiple teams in the vicinity. The fights break off. Copper trying to give some support there, but Stalker is eliminated from the game. So this and Fahim is back in action. So finally, Bad Intentions playing as a four-man squad here.
Yeah, and I mean definitely, it was an interesting fight with the players of Bad Intentions, but that exactly proves the point that I was trying to make. Staying too far away from your teammates is never going to be good. It's never going to be beneficial. No advantage is going to be given. You're not going to get an advantage with playing like that. Bad Intentions, a wonderful team. 2-2 split was what they were trying to do, and PMCRC just absolutely destroying the two players, and now they have control of the southern side of the mountain. So it is going to be quite interesting to see if Bad Intentions can actually move forward to the game. They're still on the edge, so they have the opportunity to fall back inside the circle and actually have a good position for the later stages, but let's see if they do that.
And it's good to see Evolution still fighting. Where we could see a lot of players were eliminated from Evolution in the kill feed down there, but luckily the two players are still surviving because I saw a knock coming in on Evolution Esports. So a good game coming in from Evolution as well. They are looking good, but look at this fight happening in Miramar right now. Still 10 teams, 27 players in this closing fifth zone. They are converging, and the kill feed is ticking like constantly. This is the Miramar we like to watch here. Players trying to survive on the ridges, smoking themselves up, and there's a concrete compound for AXB Esports further in the background. An M24 shot also coming in from Sherlock. So this is the Miramar we are talking about.
Exactly. This is the match that we wanted, and finally it's here. It took 20 minutes for the teams to actually get into the zone, but it's all right. Now the DMR, the bolt action fights have started, and AXB official actually find themselves in the middle of it. Look at the map. There's one team towards the south, one team towards the north, and then you have towards the northwest. There's gonna be bad intentions who are on the top of the mountain. But oh, all right. So Seven Sins, they actually find themselves in a bit of a pickle right here. SR Esports, iconic, the last man surviving, and finally he's gonna be shut down.
Yep, Shinigami, as you mentioned, he was able to successfully send one player out of the lobby. So let's see if he is going to keep doing justice to his name. But AXB Sports, they are also spotted because they have been in that compound for quite some time now, and these teams are holding up the ridges on top of them and not coming in, but not to be worried about because they have a lot of time there to regroup. But Seven Sins Esports, they are smoking and closing in on this compound. Another team that is looking to survive here is Chaser Esports. Let's see how long they are going to hold that small ridge that is giving them some sort of cover at this point of the game.
Exactly, the players of Team Evolution. But look at the map. Bad intentions, they are outside the game. That means if they are outside the circle, PMCRC is also outside the circle. So those teams are going to have to make the push towards the low ground and come as close to the bridge as they can. Talking about the bridge, XBrothers find themselves in a wonderful situation. And here's the push coming in from Bad Intentions on the other side. They're using the vehicles to the advantage to move a little bit faster. LMS in some trouble as XBrothers start dropping their players. Two have been taken out. One more knock is there, but the revive is going to come in, so it's going to be a 2v4 situation.
Yep, definitely. And look at the XBrothers, how they are split across the complete edge of that bridge right now. They're getting some good kills, but are not coming in on them. So the regrouped players are looking to prevail over this section of the bridge, and knock has been pulled upon them. But utilities being utilized constantly here. Faisal 007 making the push on LMS Esports, and with a little bit of help of the teammates, they are prevailing over this fight. So they have successfully eliminated LMS Esports from that region. They have bought some time to regroup, but Seven Sins closing in on this compound where AXB Esports was holding up for quite some time, but they have also got a knock in that process. So they also need some time to raise their player back up on his feet.
Exactly. They're going to require some time, as you said, for the revive, but is that time going to be given? I mean, utility is going to be super important to cover up the positions, but I think the revive has come in, so the team is going to be back to a four-man squad, and moving forward, it's not going to be that troublesome. They have so many kills. The team is doing so good right now. XB Brothers, if you remember, they did not have a good start. They were pinned down under the bridge, two players knocked out, but now they have recovered. And talk about recovery, I don't think there's going to be any for the side of Seven Sins. Oh, wait.
Definitely.
They do. Shinigami is back.
Yeah, they regrouped, they got that revive on, but AXB Esports trying to bring them down. And meanwhile, look at this blood. This team of XBrothers, they are looking good, prevailing on the beach side, and they have eliminated one more team. But that gives an opening here. And look at this instant elimination coming in for Seven Scenes Esports as well. They were sandwiched by CSR and AXB here on the edge of the compound. A difficult game to execute here for Seven Sins Esports to survive, and they have been eliminated.
Well, definitely the elimination that they were not expecting, and it was a surprise to even us, because I mean, Seven Sins Esports, wonderful position, and when Shinigami he was back on his feet, I expected the fight to be in the FA where it was a 3v3 situation, but AXB official having different plans right there. The two players from the side of Evolution are actually still present, and it is the top 4, 10 players surviving right now as this match. as XB brothers have 10 kills already secured. So if they can wrap up every single kill that's left in the server, they're gonna have 16 kills. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, 16 kill chicken dinner. That's gonna be a lot of points.
And look at this. There was a point where Toxin did manage to get, as you were referring, did manage to get 2 knocks over X Brothers. And after that situation, both the teams still surviving here. X Brothers would be really happy that the push wasn't on them
Yeah.
at that point when they were regrouping, because that was looking a very difficult situation. 2 players were knocked, 1 player on 1 HP. Only 1 player was available there with complete health bar. But they are out of that situation now. They are looking to capitalize here, and they have cleared the beach area completely, that riverbank area completely, and now they are trying to apply some pressure with that utilities, and even the guns, the M416, they instantly get hold of Tussin, eliminate him out of the game, so CSR lose a player, but they have managed to successfully trade a knock. But look at that, 2 players rushing in towards Sherlock to help him out, smokes being deployed here, and they are trying to enter and crossing this road is going to be the final hurdle, I believe, for X Brothers to get the chicken dinner from this situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the moment they cross this road, they are in a comfortable. They have a comfortable footing to eliminate the remaining 2 teams. Other than them, I mean, both the teams are literally on the other side of the road, right there, and it's 4 players combined together. So there's one Sam from the team Evolution, and then there's the 3 players of AXB official. So. But X Brothers, what is going on? AXB official is just destroying them with the high ground advantage. Why are they peeking the ridges without any smokes being popped?
Yes, that is a mistake. That is a mistake. But now they are making their run out in the open. I believe one of the players has successfully managed to come close to this compound. Yes, that is Venom, who has come close to CM right now. But constantly they are being pinned down by AXB Esports. Now Faisal makes the run without any damage. I believe there was a lot of smoker. But look at this. This is a surprising elimination coming in from Toxin, getting hold of the final player from CSR Esports, eliminating him. Pops in a nade in there. Might be able to get a knock here. No, he does not get the unlock. But 3 players now from X Brothers closing in on the other side of the road now, and they are now trying to win this fight against a height advantage, a height disadvantage situation.
Well, definitely, and it is not going to be an easy fight, because as we did see from the kill that Toxin got on the player of Evolution, they have a clear view of inside of the house as well, with those windows coming. But Toxin is going to take a headshot, and he's going to be taken down by Sherlock. The dive comes in from the players of AXB official. They are going absolutely YOLO, just charging on the players of X Brothers right in front of them. And that wasn't a smart decision, but I believe that was just a distraction to get a revive onto Toxin. All the attention of X Brothers is on the individual that's on the low ground with them. They're not even thinking about the players on the high ground. But again, the knock is going to come in, and I think that this has to be the end of AXB.
Yes, AXB Sports, second time in the final circle today in the top 2 teams. Leo69, he also goes down, and look at that revive happening on top of that house right now. So Toxin and Maxtron, 2 players. The zone is closing in. If the players of X Brothers need to move away from this house, this might still go in the favor of AXB Esports, but that has a very mere chance right now. 2v3 situation. They have the high ground with them, but the players of X Brothers are playing a very beautiful game at this point of the time in the final circle.
Yeah, all X Brothers have to do is just stand inside the house and then just shoot the players of AXB if they try and take the fight from the top of the rooftop. But as of now, it's a 2v3 situation. AXB official do not have any other option other than just staying on the top of the house. Let's just see how this is going to end. Just a few seconds left of this game. This is the final circle, I mean, and I don't think AXB official they have any first aid.
Let's see. A heal battle is a possibility out here, but if AXB Esports do they have that meds? That is going to be the question. This is an exciting finish in this house, in this group, in the game of Miramar, and this is the final moments. The zone is closing in slowly and steadily. The blue is overcoming the house. Venom goes out. Maxtron holding up an angle. This is going to be a situation. Let's see, and some damage definitely there on Faisal, but now Toxin makes the move. He's holding this angle now. He wins that 1v1, gets a knock on Venom, creating difficult situation, but Maxtron makes sure he is out there supporting his teammate as well. And AXB, I believe they have been wiped here in the final circle
Yes.
here. And brothers get the chicken dinner. The last and final player, Sherlock, I believe, made an exit from that house at the very right point and made sure he got hold of Max on the
Not
last
just
time he was
that,
standing.
the last player from the side of AXB was looking towards Toxin for some reason when it was down to a 1v1 situation. He did not realize that he was getting shot in the back and his opponent was out of the house until it was too late.
Yeah, definitely. Perfect
Oh.
timing there from Sherlock there in the final circle.
Yeah.
A perfect ending to this game. The way it could have happened, it could have gone into anyone's favor. But
Yeah.
AXB Esports losing it, I would say, in the final moment, a panic situation. But the
That was
X-Brothers did not
such a
miss it.
good effort. Like, they started off so well. 3v2, dive down from the houses, go for aggressive fight. Toxin, don't know why he stepped into the blue zone right there, taking an extra tick of damage. But that did help his opponent's house. They do bring down two players down to a 1v1, and then he looks in the wrong direction. You know, there's that one door and one window that he can exit from. Literally, just two options. You're standing at the window. He's not there. He's gonna come from the door. Oh man, that was so intense, that final fight.
Definitely, definitely. That was really intense, and it could have gone into anyone's favor as we were speaking. But a good game, and with an exciting final circle finish going into the favor of XBrothers Esports in this game. And AXB, they would feel like, why did we give them that extra opportunity under the bridge when we had the we had two players knocked at that point?
Maybe. I mean, they're definitely going to be wondering that. Because yeah, I mean that was the fight it all started with, and Toxin could have actually wiped out XBrothers at that very point. I mean, that was the early stages of the game. I believe that was like 16 minutes in, 17 minutes in when that fight
Yep.
happened. But you could have had that whole team back then only, and that would, if things went the same way after that, exactly the same, which is there's a very small possibility of that. Then maybe XB official could have had the second dinner.
Definitely, and an AXB official would definitely feel that they should have capitalized on that opportunity. They would feel it now, but at the point when that fight was happening, I still believe it was a smart decision for them to retreat because there were a lot of teams on top of them. Look at this, X Brothers getting a 15 kill chicken dinner from this game of Miramar. That would give you an idea how dominating they were on that river beach area, under the bridge area. They did not allow any other team to come from that part of the game.
Definitely, really good performance from this team. 22 points also going towards AXB official, and Evolution have been really consistent today. 16 points.
Yep, and they were losing so many players against BGZ Esports in the mid game that it is really good to see them in so high points right now. I think they've lost two players there in the early half of the game, and then two players made sure they were still there in the final circle.
Yeah, but look at this. So 20 sec not showing up for this match. Quite unfortunate. And on the other side, SR Esports as well, along with ImmensityX, DM official, and CronusLgnds teams, we do not normally expect to have bad games this time, just getting taken out earlier on.
Yep, definitely, definitely. So these teams did not have a special outing once again, but CronusLgnds, look at them back and again. This was the last game for this group,
Yeah.
and CronusLgnds once again getting just 1 point out of it. So of the three games, if I'm not wrong, just 5 points for CronusLgnds today. So not a decent outing, not what we were expecting out of them. But let's see. I don't think in the overall they are going to remain in the top 7 as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough call right there. But let's see what's going to happen. For now, we're going to have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, though. And, well, here they are. 7 Sins doing a wonderful job taking down the players of CronusLgnds. I believe that was CronusLgnds that they were fighting.
Definitely, and this was the moment where LMS Esports was pinned down by XBrothers. They won a lot of fight on that river side. They got 15 kills in total. It was only AXB Esports that got the better out of them and for the most part of the game. But in the final circle, when it mattered the most, look at this Toxin out there. He was pulled down. Faisal goes down as well, and that's just timing from Sherlock. Maxron had no idea. He had no idea whatsoever, and he was capitalized completely from behind the back.
Exactly, absolutely having no clue when Sherlock was going to peek out. And as you said, good on the part of Sherlock right there. Wonderful timing. But it is quite interesting to see how the standings are going to be affected. And talking about the standings, here they are.
Definitely, and look at that. XBrothers with this game making a strong impression now in the overall with those 56 points. But bad intentions, they have two chicken dinner against their name after game number 6, 86 points in total. They are looking good. The top 7 is looking really, really compact down there, but still a lot of challenge on that 7th slot. LMS is also a contender. PMCRC is also a contender. 26, I believe they are also still in this race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they still have an opportunity. I believe they still have an opportunity. All they have to do is show up on the final day and play all their matches. If they do that, they might just make it.
Definitely, that is a situation for all the groups. If you are there
Yeah.
on the final day with all your teammates, you are in the game. You have a chance. Like, you never know, 2 good games,
Yeah.
and you can be in the top 7. So that is definitely going to be a possibility for a lot of these teams. But we have seen Group 1 now. We have seen all the 3 games. We have seen the overall ranking. This is the end of Group 1 now. I think for some
Yeah.
time. Let's see when they are going to be back in action.
Exactly. And for now, I guess we're gonna be taking a short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to see there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Campus Championship 2021, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Varun John, joined by a trooper, and matches for Group 1 are, well, for today they are done. We are going to be moving forward with Group number 2. That's going to be playing their set of next 3 game, which for them it's going to be match 4, 5, and 6. Once again on Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely. Each game is going to be played once, and the prize pool is right here once again in front of us. They are all playing for this overall whooping prize pool of $30,000. First place gets 10,000, and the second 5,000. So a lot of prize pool that is available for the players at this level. So they are going to try real hard, battle out real hard to get their hands on this prize pool. And the MVP of the tournament also gets a $500 prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a lot of money for an individual. I mean, especially looking about the talking about the campus championship. I mean, young players an opportunity to earn themselves not just the money but the respect and the bragging rights as well. But the way they do that is by getting points in every single game that they play. So, point distribution system in front of us right now. We have just seen it in action for the first 3 games, and now again, teams from Group 2 are going to be displaying how they play along with this point system.
Definitely, and we have seen teams like CronusLgnds, right? They were getting some placement points, but not kill points. So that will give you an idea that not just placement points are going to help you get that ranking
Yeah.
or a spot in that overall ranking. You need to get kills, and that is very important. So this is the standard point system being followed everywhere. This is not also going to be practiced here in this group number 2, and the teams playing here: 4 criminals, one of them. 2 FM also UN finisher. We have seen them play already 3 matches. Let's see how they are going to impress here today when they play their matches number 4, 5, and 6.
Exactly, and along with them, I mean, AXB one shot was there. BBCU is going to be a team that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Quantum ESP last time putting up decent numbers. Team BMG again. Phantoms ES, Phantoms Esports last time having a fun time. And SLX Queens, are we not going to get to see them? They were having a they played 1 match last time, and that was a pretty good game.
Yep, and they got a chicken dinner in that game. We
Yeah.
remember, and they did not show up for the next 2 games. Let's see if they're going to show up today in the matches number
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6, and are they going to impress us with that chicken dinner, just like they got it the last time? But Phantom Esports, if you remember, that was the team which I believe was able to impress us when
Yes.
SLX Queens were not there in the lobby. So the schedule is here also here in front of us. Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. It's going to be standard for all the groups, so it's going to be no different for group number 2 as well. So we are waiting for the teams to jump inside Erangel pretty soon.
Exactly, and let's see how this match is going to go about. Once again, Group 2, they're going to be starting off their day. And Phantom Esports, as we mentioned, I believe this is a team that is definitely going to start performing today. But let's see if that happens. Trajectory of
Yeah.
the plane on Erangel in front of us right now.
Definitely from Sosnovka military base towards the northern half between Zaki and Severi, moving over the plane is at this very point moving over the city of Pochinki and the church area. Ruins in Georgiapool also are quite accessible. Rozok School, most of the part of the map is accessible except for the extreme eastern cities. That is going to be a problem for the teams. But we'll have a close eye on the lobby size as well and how the teams are going to react under this situation. That is also going to be something to look out for.
Well, definitely. And for now, I mean, it's just the question that we always like to ask: where is the circle going to be? Where is this game going to take the place? And I guess it's this time it is going to be the Milta and Shelter circle. So not a lot of teams in that direction. Let's see how the rotations are going to be made.
Yep, definitely. And I feel like I do not see SLX Queens once again in the lobby. So there's just one game, one single chicken dinner from them might be. But there another team, SuperNovas. If I remember correctly, they were the team that went to Kamishki last time and they retreated and made sure they were there in the final circle. So they are also now inside Georgiapool City with a cluster. Let's see how they are going to react to this situation. Now, inside Georgiapool City, I think we have FM and 1971 Esports, but I did see Supernovas heading towards this direction only, and they might not be quite far from from the Georgiapool City right now.
Well, they might not be far from the Georgiapool City, as you said, and this since both the teams are going to have to rotate towards the eastern side. It's not going to be an easy rotation, definitely, but there's the challenge of crossing ruins, crossing Rozok, and then there's Gatka area that has its own challenges. But other than that, I mean, another interesting situation is going to be Phantom Esports being quite close to the squad of UN on towards Primosk and Ferry Pier. How are those two teams planning to get towards the eastern side of the map?
Yep, that these are going to be the thing. And look at that. We have two teams in Georgiapool City. We have two teams in the Georgiapool Northern City as well. Quantum Esports is there. BBCU, two teams are there. So 14 teams did show up for the competition here. So it's a good, decent lobby size that we are going to witness. But let's see how these early fights in these cities towards the western side going to impact the teams gameplays and rotation and the timing because the zone is there towards the far eastern side.
Well, the zone is towards the eastern side, as you said, and uh, another interesting situation is going to be, or interesting set of questions that we could ask is, how are the teams on that are already on the eastern side of the map, that are already inside the circle, how are they going to move forward? And like, are they going to try and fight it out? Are they going to go aggressive, or are they just going to hold their ground and not do much? So that is also another thing that we should keep our eyes out on. But so far, I believe we're not going to see much aggression in this matchup. We have the the second sinister over here. So this is apostrophe. What is that? A colon, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
yeah. That's a semicolon sinister right there, and not the usual one. The usual one, the normal sinister that you guys know. It's in a different group. Is playing, but in a different group. That's Group 8.
Yep, and when we talk about being aggressive for the teams that are inside the zone, that instantly reminded me of how even esports was playing aggressively yesterday, and
Oh
Sinister
yeah.
was leading them brilliantly, and they had a dominating performance in the campus championship when they played their games yesterday in the Group 8. But this is a completely different Sinister. He's a fan, I believe, of the big player from the region and using his name as well at the same time. This is Team BBCU that is currently looting up the northern side of the Georgia Pool City. And let's see how they are going to move because some of the teams have already started their rotation. ROG Esports,
Yes.
they have reach the western edge of the zone right now. And we'll also talk about four criminals as well, because they are the only team towards that military island. Let's see how they are going to move, because this circle is looking to go towards the main island, even though it has significant amount of area inside that military island as well as of now. But I think most of the IGLs would feel that this would go towards the main island.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is going to be a gamble to the IGLs. If they make a call and it goes wrong, just like in the last game, the Circle was actually playing a lot of mind games with the teams and the players, so it can backfire. But they're going to have a lot of time to actually correct their mistakes, and especially considering it's just one team towards the military island, that is the team that is going to have trouble if the Circle moves towards the main island. Other than that, quite a normal situation for the other lads to deal with, but. The cluster of teams has started to form towards shelter area, so that is something that I think we should be worried about right now, because uh, we have seen teams go towards shelter and then instantly take control of the bunkers.
Definitely, definitely. That is going to be an aspect we're going to keep an eye on. But the zone is also now closing in on this first circle. So there are still a lot of teams that are outside the existing play zone right now. So they need to hurry up now, and you can feel a sense of urgency towards that half, towards the western side. The players are now mounting on their vehicles, starting their rotation. Quantum Esports just leaving the vicinity of Everest right now. They're going to have an easy access to the existing zone right now. But the important thing that is going to arise, are there going to be any fight erupting in this rotation? Because we can see four criminals also making their appearance towards the western half of this existing zone.
Well, I mean, they are making as you mentioned, they are moving towards the western side. They are moving towards the military bridge, and they don't know that the teams other than them have decided to go for the late rotation. Look at that. Look at Quantum as well. Quantum Esports are coming as towards this side. I guess most of the fights are going to happen towards the edge, southern side of Pochinki, instead of happening towards the
Yes.
center of the circle. Wow.
That is becoming a junction for three teams as of now. Four crims using that bridge. PDS, I Flicky, Fly. They are also moving in. Quantum Esports, followed by SN SuperNovas. A lot of teams converging. Look at this. This is the junction we were talking about. Shots are being exchanged with that Scarlet, and four criminals coming in from the military island, getting a knock and instantly finishing him off and getting a point for themselves.
Well, an easy, won't call it an easy point, quite a tricky one, but hey, that point is theirs now, whatever we say about it. But for criminals, they're gonna have to make sure that they get away from this cluster as fast as they can, because it wasn't just three teams. There are a lot of teams that are coming in this side, and it is going to be really, really chaotic. But Onyx, they're not going to back down just because they lost a player. Although, wouldn't advise PP Bison at that distance.
Definitely, and look at this. At one stage, Quantum Esports decided to hold this high ground, but not far from there, four criminals also decided to hold a spot. So the teams that were coming in, and look at this, not Jon Snow getting a knock at a very big distance with that DP. So a good knock coming in over those compounds. Let's see how they are going to capitalize over them. But four criminals, they have also decided to stop in the rotation, and as we speak, the second zone has been formed, which has also left behind quite a big space towards the western half of the existing play area. So let's see how they are going to react to this, because four criminals have for now spotted supernovas in this compound, and they are trying to envelop and engrave them in this space completely.
Well, definitely, but will they be able to do that? That is going to be a big question. On the other side of things, I mean, towards the southern part of the main map, we do have the players of Team PT. Uh, they're still in a really wonderful position. We do have Knight along with his teammate Shova. The lads can actually bring themselves a bit towards the northern side, but BMG, they might be able to spot them out. So have to be careful about that.
Definitely, these are all the factors that they need to take care of, because I still remember Fanatical Esports, they were able to impress us the last time we saw them play. So there are going to be a few expectations from this team as well. They are also going to expect a good result out of their performance from this day, so that they can still remain towards that podium finish in the chart as well. But let's see if they are going to be successful in doing that or not. teams still in rotation from the western sides because a lot of teams were coming in due to the traffic, due to the conjunction that was happening. A few teams did hold up, and now they are making a late appearance inside. And good for Fandom Esports as well. They have made sure to get away from the eyes of four criminals, and they are now entering the zone just northern side of the farm area.
Well, they're going to try and do that. Attempt is being made by them, but let's see if that is going to be successful. And TB Monster on our screen right now. Don't know what he's trying to accomplish. There's absolutely no one present in that direction. That's the thing right there. So since as we did talk about it, I mean the most of the teams are stuck on the western edge of the circle. That means the players in the center that are expecting teams to show up now, they're gonna be like, all right, where is everybody?
Let's see how they are going to deal with it, because he is absolutely trying to find a enemy in a place where no one is available. So they are just trying to get the information from the nearby area. Most of the teams, they are doing the same. ROG Esports holding up this crucial compound in this existing zone right now, because this is just the 12th minute of the game, right? Just one
Yeah.
team that has been eliminated so far, I believe. Now 13 teams, 46 players still a part of this game. So this is an interesting situation in this game, because all these teams, they are like coming up in this game. They already have three matches that they have played, so they need to move up and push up their ranking in the overall ranking. So that is what that is also going to play at the back of their minds. So let's see how they are going to deal. And look at this zone, a hardship coming over the farm area. The Novo Bridge is also inside the zone. So this is going to be a tricky situation for the teams that are outside the zone right now to find some sort of cover for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And it is going to be really, really tricky, as you mentioned. I mean, now everyone that was playing for the control of Milta is going to have to clear out the area. And it seems like Augie and the lads from from the team of CREX actually find themselves in a really wonderful spot. But Farm, we know the openness of the land, we know the vastness of this location on this map, and also exactly where cover points are available. So that is why we see the teams rushing in as soon as the circle is formed. Everyone is going to take and try and find some cover for themselves, because if you're left out in the open, that is GG's, you're done.
Definitely, if you're left out in the open, there's going to be a lot of shooting that is going to come towards your direction. And look at that, PTS, iFlicky, that is Phantom Esports. They are moving towards that Novo Bridge right now, that petrol station. They are looking to capture that, and that's going to be a very tricky spot, because the zone where the zone is right now is going to have a lot of open plain spaces that is going to be visible from that petrol station. But speaking of tricky situation, three teams inside this the compounds of farm.
Yeah, and it is not going to be easy to actually. Oh! Why did he not connect? How did he not connect on the head right there?
That is a very
I'm
clear
upset.
escape. Yeah.
I'm upset with that. Oh boy.
Let's see how they are going to go ahead. And once again, the TP is like concentrated on those windows. So ancient 1971 BMG and four criminals. And in fact, like, if I'm not wrong, there's one more team quite close to this the cluster of three teams as well. So four teams in the nearby vicinity. Out of the 46 players, 16 players are fighting over this half of the zone.
Yeah, definitely, and it is not just those. I think there has to be more joining in soon. That's what I'm going to say, because we did see the teams on the edges as well, and they're going to try and move towards the center. But look at four Crims Yato actually managing to take down Musketeer from the team of BNG with a really, really nice M24 shot. So even the snipers are being used to perfection.
Yep. And the DP for this map is like the excellent weapon that is
Yes.
also being used brilliantly by the players throughout all across all the groups. So let's see how the players, and that is another team from team number 10, UN Spider OP, one of the teammates that I could spot in the backdrop. Let's see what impact they are going to play, because definitely they have an idea that there are multiple teams inside the farm right now, and they are exchanging and trading knocks over each other. But ancient 1971, as we speak, decided to get hold of the vehicle and move towards the new zone, which has shifted completely from over this area where this cluster was developing.
Well, let's see how things are going to go about. And the cluster of the teams are now going to be forced to vacate the premises. 4 teams present, as you mentioned, almost 16 players huddled up in this location. And Fulcrums are the first one to take the exit, but are they going to take an exit back to the lobby? No is going to be the answer, as Jon Snow did try to take down Storm, but Storm gets taken down by Captain Surf from Team UN. So it is not going to be an easy escape.
Definitely, and look at that Spider OB going down to that M24 shot. Yado getting hold of him with that M24. So as you spoke, some good bold action shots being witnessed here in this game of Erangel right now. And as we noticed that long shot, I noticed another team very nearby, that was SuperNovas. So not just 4, there were 5 teams in this vicinity that are now going to head towards the zone. And this altercation that is happening between 4 criminals and BMG, this really needs to end, and both of the teams really need to move ahead inside the zone as soon as possible, because the 4th zone has started closing upon all these teams.
Yeah, the zone is closing in. The blue zone is going to be here soon as well, and it's really not a situation that these teams want themselves in. But on the other side, the squad of BB, they are trying their level best to hold on to this edge, and they have a wonderful position. All they have to do is just shoot the people that are going to peek the Ritz. Just do that, and they're good.
Definitely a lot of options for them, but still, look at that. Ancient 1971, they made sure they got hold of a compound inside the zone. Now they are trying to gatekeep these teams coming from the western side. SuperNovas in the backdrop, they are trying to survive on the edge. I believe there's a wooden shack in that area that they would be looking to control right now. And UN captain, sir, this is a team coming in from the western side. They are trying to suppress these teams, though, that are trying to create some sort of cover on the western edge of this existing zone, just south of farm area.
Yeah, so this is not going to be an easy fight. The southern side of farm, as you do see the openness of the land, after the sixth circle, there's nothing you can do. There's going to be a lot of utility that's going to be used, and you do not want to pop any smokes for no reason. That just like we do see one from the squad of 1971, doesn't accomplish anything. But the smoke was tossed out, so it is not going to be. You won't be able to find enough smokes to the later stages.
Definitely. You need to use your utility wisely. That is that is a priority thing, and especially the smokes, because you never know in the final circle how many smokes you are going to need. And as we were speaking about the situation towards the western side, look at that. This is going to get interesting now, because a lot of teams were expecting the zone to go towards that eastern side, and now they are stuck out in the open. And already look at this, the area just outside the zone, this riverbank area, the players are trying to create cover out of this vehicles and the smokes that they have. So with more teams coming in towards this area, the teams that have the concrete cover right now are going to have a huge advantage.
Well, if I agree with you on that. I mean, they are going to have an advantage, but talking about advantages, an advantage that the players of BB had a few seconds ago has been taken away as the circle moves away from them. They're trying to gatekeep the players. They're trying to stop the players that are rotating around their compound, but they are unable to do that for now. Just missing every single shot that is being fired.
Yep, you're going to see a lot of shots coming in from these compounds to the players who are trying to survive in the open space. These trees, the vehicles, they are going to play. Look at this. Team number 13, they are looking to 2FM. They are trying to survive. They're getting thrown out in the open, smoking around them. This is going to be the situation for a lot of teams, because still 12 teams in this closing fifth circle. Teams trying to rotate from the east. Look at that. And shots coming in from the compounds regularly. Another player goes down in that rotation, and PVCU, they are late in the rotation, so they will have to pay the price. They are going to get shot upon. And Quantum Esports, also one of the team that is enjoying the cover of the compound, making sure they are making life difficult for all these players.
Exactly, and it is not just them. It is in anyone that comes around them. So ROG on the other side, they have a wonderful position. We see them on the edge of the circle. They should be able to finish in a really good position in this game. But from the other side, Phantoms, they are not looking to stop. They're going to shoot and secure every single point that they can while they can. They're inside the circle for now, but who knows how long they can hold on to this compound and how long they can hold on to these houses. Shuvo, look at him, one reload after another, just keeps on going for those vehicles, finds another one. Oh, he stopped. He praised a little bit too further. He expected the vehicle to go a little bit further than it actually did, and misses out on an opportunity to get a knock. But he's not going to miss the second time.
But how much ammo do they have? That is going to be the question, because you're not going to get reinforcements of the ammo, right? So look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Sure, he's out of the 5.56. Now he goes for the UZ, the 9mm that he's holding. But that is also eventually going to go down, right? There's so much target in front of you that you are looking to shoot. You are going to shoot at them. But that is going to create that situation where you are eventually going to run out of the bullets that you're carrying in your backpack. So this is going to be the situation for Phantom Esports, definitely, because they're holding up the southern edge of the zone, and there are a lot of teams that are still struggling to find their way inside. And as we speak, 9 teams are still surviving in this game.
Well, 9 teams are still surviving, but it is the ultimate question that we ask every single time: which one is going to be the last one to survive? And feels like it's going to be answered soon, as in 22 seconds we're going to have the 6th circle in front of us. I mean, the blue zone is going to close in, and then we will have the circle. Already, the 6th one is here. The 7th circle is going to be here soon. So that has to force the fights. Now, 1971. A few seconds ago, they were in a wonderful position, but now they are sitting outside of the
Definitely.
circle. So, really, really troublesome situation. And also, they can't move into the next one because they have to fight the teams that are coming from their rear.
Definitely. Ancient 1971 has had the best property a few seconds earlier, but in the 6th zone, they are going to struggle just like any other team. So now they are trying to suppress teams like BMG, Musketeer, they who are trying to survive on the zone, but this is going to apply pressure on them. One of the teammates is down for Ancient 1971. Quantum Esports also getting some pressure applied. ROG Esports closing in on the compound, but they are managing to suppress them down. They are getting shot at from different directions as well. Frost also giving some damage to them. So let's see how Frost is going to react here. Phantom Esports quite close to them. A nade being popped in, but Knight getting a knock here and making sure getting some important kills against his nade. Shubo closing in with that suppressed UZ of his that we saw him use some time back as well.
Well, but let's see how things are going to come to an end. What is the conclusion is going to be like of this fight and of the game? 7 teams still remaining, 21 alive. ROG versus Quantum is a fight that is going to be really, really critical. But on the other side, Sick Fly, can he land a sick grenade? Oh, he's going to get shot at. He did manage to toss out the nade, but Frost Sharif is not going to take any damage, and he actually finishes off his opponent right there, bringing the situation against the squad of PT down to 1v1. Phantoms ES not having a fun time. They have 6 kills secured, but is Knight going to be able to take and win this 1v2? It's not going to be easy for sure.
Honestly, it's not going to be easy, and there is a utility very close to Knight. Let's see, he's going to survive that. Multiple utilities, multiple nades being shot at him, but he is still somehow surviving. He's got that window angle. He's noticed one player, and let's see if Zashish is going to survive that utility. But the play zone is now giving damage to Knight. He's running out in the open. He would be eliminated from the game. So that is the end of Phantom Esports. The new shift of the zone is a slightly central one, and I can find one team right at the center of it. Let's see which team is enjoying that privilege of the zone shift right now, because this is the 6th circle that is closing in just 30 seconds, and still 6 teams. Johnny, did you expect this to happen, this sort of carnage in the final circle?
Definitely not. I mean, I was expecting most of the teams to get picked off during the rotation phases, but 6 teams and 17 players have managed to make it, and it is just up to one team. You see that team right in the center of the circles. They have a clear advantage against everyone else. So let's see if they are able to secure this chicken dinner. Everyone else down on the ground, 2FM is the squad that is going to try and secure this chicken dinner. Should be an uncomfortable finish for them, if I say so.
Let's see, let's see. They have the favor of the zone right now, but from the northern side, we can see 1971 crawling towards them and knock on Konami. But there is a trade as well on BNG Esports, and not Jon Snow. He's also spotted out there. He's getting shot at. His knock teammate trying to create some sort of cover, crossing the way there with the bullets. But there's a lot of smoke, not enough there for ROG in shot. He goes down. Quantum Esports, they have also been spotted. Sean getting a knock here, and Malcolm still trying to suppress ROG Esports inside that compound. But the Dacia is out there. Is he going to run him over? No, quite close. But Malcolm still manages to survive there, and eventually he falls down there to a completely different team. That is Ancient 1971 coming from the northern side.
Well, it is going to be quite tricky, but 1971, the players still have the man advantage. That is the thing that works out in their favor. The man advantage. It's 3 teams remaining. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. And look at Mehdi. He is going for the hunt. Not a smart decision. He's going to get taken down. Shoaib does get the trade going, but that is not the level of aggression that he wanted to display right here. Just the last player surviving from this team of 2FM hiding inside the shack. Kana Baba, he's going to be finished off. ROG Sharpie doing his level best to make sure that he can take a few extra points. But Sharpie, he's been spotted. He has been finished off. He did take down 2 players. Now Kana Baba's position. Here it is revealed. Shoaib knows exactly where the last surviving player is, and it's not going to be an easy finish for Kana Baba. So let's see.
What is he
Let's see
thinking?
how this is gonna go.
What is he thinking? He's popping in smoke, but a single nade or a molly inside the shack might it is just going to end him. So he needs to create that smoke, maybe come out of the shack and get prone next to a wall. Maybe that is going to improve his chances. But still, I am surprised. How come the whole Ancient 1971 team, very close to the shack, did not pop in a molly inside the shack?
Yeah.
I am really surprised.
Yeah, even I'm surprised with that. I mean, it's I guess they just want to shoot him and take him down with bullets, or they might not have utility. Oh, he's still alive. Yes,
Eventually.
finally gets taken out. I was like, he's standing in front of him and shooting him. Like, why is he not dead?
Finally, Kana Baba goes out. He was the last guy surviving in the shack. He had a lot of smoke, so credit to him for
Yeah.
looting up and keeping that smoke. So eventually did help him. But I believe that because 1971 did not have a lot of crates to loot, so maybe in the defense they did not have any nade or molly. All the 4 players combined did not have a single nade or molly there in the final circles.
But how lucky do you have to be that literally the person trying to kill you is standing in front of you and he still manages to miss an entire clip? Almost missed an entire clip. Like there were, I think for the final few bullets were aimed towards him, and that's how he was taken out. But still, quite an interesting end to an interesting game.
And Kana Baba is busy there with the first aid, right?
Yeah, he's like, I have to heal.
I have to heal. That's more important. I don't know. I need to pop in smokes. I need to heal. I need to survive. He was trying there. He was doing everything by the book. But you need to shoot as well, right? That is what he was not doing. And I think he would have significantly improved his chances if he had smoked the area, came out and got prone to a wall next to the wall outside. That would have definitely improved his chances of survival there.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But let's see how things are going to go and how the standings are going to look after this game. So that is something that we're going to wait for, not just the standings of this game, but the overall standings as well, because a lot of the teams that were favorites to perform really well got taken out quite early.
Yes. And this is a group, like I would say, I'm impressed right now. The way this group has performed in this game number 1, the intent they have shown here, a lot of teams surviving in the final circle. I believe there was a point that 12 teams were surviving when the 5th zone started closing in. So that is going to give you an idea that these teams are going to try real hard to get that top 7 slot. So this is a group where things will get interesting towards the later games.
Yeah, definitely. And but things, I mean, already do look pretty interesting as Ancient 1971. Look at that, 28 points coming from this matchup. Team ROG, 4 kills secured, 14 points, sitting on the 3rd position, and 2FM on the 2nd with 16 points. So teams have actually managed to keep this match pretty close. But talking about the teams that did not even show up, AXB one shot, SLX Queens. Are SLX Queens gonna planning to play just one game again?
Let's see. They just managed to like they were there present in just one Erangel. They missed out
Yeah.
on the two matches as well, on the day number one as well. This is the day number two for their group, and not a show, no show from them as well. So in this group, when we started, we had 14 teams. So that is a good news for this group right now. Let's see. But this was the moment we were talking about. Phantom Esports shooting with his Info 16, eventually getting out of the ammo there, and finally we saw him in action with that Uzi that he was carrying. A lot of interesting fight that developed around Phantom Esports, and I believe Phantom Esports did manage to get some chickens on the first outing. Let's see what impact
Oh.
is it going to play on their overall ranking today.
Yeah, that shot to the head, like aim, it
Right
just
to
took
the
his
face.
time to aim to his head while he was running in his direction, and quite brutal though. But all right, so 1971 towards the end, this team got way too aggressive. It like they did not care. They're like, all right, that's enough time being wasted. Need to get it done. Need to have the chicken dinner right now. The players were just too hungry.
Definitely, and they were too hungry, and Kana Baba was like too busy with his meds once again. I just loved it how he did not cancel the med and go for the gun. He just kept on. He was just moving around, trying to see where the opponent is inside the shack. Obviously, there's not a lot of space in the shack. The opponent is right there. You need to shoot at him first. Maybe the meds later if you get that opportunity. But that was an amazing finish for Kana Baba in that shack.
Exactly. I mean, it's just the fact that he brought his team within the top two was actually pretty impressive because the team was pinned down in the open. So quite a decent game. But let's see where does this bring the team in the overall standings, because that is what we want to see. The teams that did really well the last time were the first ones to be taken out this time. So if the underperforming teams from the previous days actually do start performing today, who knows how chaotic things are going to get.
Anytime. It can happen anytime. And as we speak, the overall ranking is here. And I believe that was the
We missed the
second
first
we-
page. Yeah. What is going on?
We did miss the first phase. That was like a very short glimpse, I would say. I could spot the team CREX at the 9th spot, so maybe they will have a chance. We'll keep an eye on them and
Yeah.
that how they are going to come up. We're going to watch the overall ranking eventually, 2 more matches, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, but for now, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Taking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 square kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello guys and welcome to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Bangladesh sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. मैं हूँ Trooper and मेरे साथ आ चुके हैं यहाँ पे Fixes. So we just saw game number 1 for the Group 2 Erangel वो अभी खत्म हुआ है. Fixes, we have Sanhok and Miramar upcoming now. What are you thinking about these games?
Well, I gotta say I couldn't get aboard my flight. I'm pretty disappointed. But you know what is gonna cheer me up? Watching all these players perform. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the flight path trajectory all the way from Hatin towards Lakavi. So likewise, a lot of new teams again in the Bangladesh region, yet to perform, yet to impress.
Yep, definitely. So this is going to be the game in Sanhok, and let's see how this is going to turn up for the teams. The flight path does not matter a lot. The teams can easily glide towards where they want to go. So we had an interesting final circle finish in Erangel. The teams are trying really hard to get some maximum points out of the opportunity that they are getting here. So let's see how they are going to play in Sanhok, and we have Camp Alpha as well. All the three islands significantly there in this first circle. So this is going to be a tricky situation for the ideals to decide that where the final circle is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, considering you've still got a lot of rookie players in the lobby, it's going to be a tough take. You've got these hybrid circles. Usually, circles like this tend to pan around maybe to the southern island or maybe just to the southern side of boot camp. That's what we have seen in the past. But apparently, I'm coming in. You and Johnny were just casting. So tell me about these teams. Who are those players that I should have my eyes out for?
Definitely, in this lobby, there are a very good, some very good teams that we witnessed in the last game. Phantom Esports, one of them. We saw Shubo; he was playing an impressive game the last time he was here. Then we had four criminals here, just south of boot camp. That is also a good team. We got to keep our eyes on them. Quantum Esports, also one of the teams. So these are the teams that we are going to witness play here. And in Erangel. It was Phantom Esports. They were playing a brilliant game in the final circle, but yes, they were pinned down. Ancient 1971 was the team that eventually got the chicken dinner in game number 1 today.
All right, so Ancient 1971, definitely one of the teams that we need to have our eyes out for. Now, talking about a map like Sanhok,
Yep.
it hasn't really been one of those maps where teams from Bangladesh really flourish, really shine. But since you have dedicated teams from this region, now we're gonna see who's gonna take this one out. You've got a different approach towards this map entirely because of the way that the terrains are. It's open. You've just got those rocks around, and you
Yep.
need to have those covers. Sorry, you need to be on the center of the zone. If you
Yep.
have that, if you've got the zone, if you've got a good compound, you're good to go, pretty much.
Definitely, and the zone plays a very crucial role because we can see a lot of gatekeeping happening there inside the map of Sanhok because the time between zones, like zone number 4, 5, and 6, it does not give you a lot of time. So you quickly need to react. If the zone shifts away from you, you need to make sure that you know about the areas in your vicinity where the teams are and where they are not. So those are the factors that play a lot of role in Sanhok, and that is why we do not see a lot of kills in Sanhok for one specific team. I think if you get 7 or 8 kills,
Yeah.
that is a pretty high number for any team in Sanhok.
Right, right. I mean, 100% agree with you. It sort of gets distributed, and at the same time, I've been scoffing about this for quite some while because in a map like Sanhok, you need to make sure you keep those fights limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. If it goes beyond that, run. I don't care what you are doing, run, because someone or the other is definitely just gonna come in, join the party, take you down, take the other team down, get all the kills. That's something that you would want to avoid. But like you mentioned, in Shannock, it sort of tends to get really a lot crowded and kills get distributed equally. Yes, 100% agree with you. But if teams sort of try to go in and rush those compounds and try to pull off something different, then that could be an entire case or different case already.
Definitely, yes, but we'll come back to that fixes. But right now, I think we are going to head towards a very short break, and let's see how the things happen after that. वेट करो फिक्सेस बोल भी क्यों नहीं रहा फिर जो निकला वो निकला हाँ ओके
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello, guys, and welcome to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Bangladesh. This is Trooper. I've got Fixers with me, and just before going into the break, we started off in Sanhok, and the game got rehosted. So once again, Fixers, what are
Yeah.
you looking forward to from this game of Sanhok? As we were speaking about, and this was one interesting thing that you said. Run if you're going to spend more than 2 minutes into the game. Let's see if that is what we're going to witness here or not.
I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? You can't tend to take fights for long. So that has been the thing with all these teams. They tend to rotate around, but you know what we've really seen different in the CC this time around. I mean, teams sort of have that mentality of surviving till the very end. And now the only problem that occurs once you do that is, where's the very end? You do not have enough area to move around. You've got a very small zone. You've got a lot of teams around. The moment you try to go from one rock to the other, one cover to the other, you someone or the other takes you down. A lot of nades coming in. It's absolute chaos. What I would want to do rather is try and take fights early on, so that my circle towards the end is a bit free. I can roam around.
Definitely, definitely. Some early fight is going to help you create that space in the final circle. That is something the teams will look for. But this time, the zone, this is more concentrated towards this island of Camp Charlie. A very little space from that main island of Camp Bravo inside this existing first zone. So that is going. And look at this. A lot of teams already present near that ruins and Finan area. They are already concentrated towards the center half of the zone, so not a lot of problems for these teams like for criminals, CX, CREX, and UN. Also, they are not going to face a lot of problems here. But teams, only a few teams outside the zone towards the northern side, towards the cities of Mongnai and Khao, Phantom Esports, Frost Esports, they will need to find their way inside this first zone.
Well, right now, again, a lull in the lobby, but we do have some action coming out. We've got Team UN going against Quantum. So, of course, adjacent to each other, both these teams, way opposite, not really engaging right now, or rather opting for the loot. It's been quite a while since we get to see that Painan fight. I mean, takes you back to the C
Yeah.
teams where we had like teams like BTR, RRQ
Yep. Yep.
contesting.
Yep.
We've had those Indian teams also, like got Synergy. You've got a lot of other teams. So this used to be one of those,
Battleground.
jam-packed area.
Yes.
But these days it's sort of empty, vacant. But let's see if we get a fight today.
Definitely, definitely. You reminded me of a different Painan completely from a completely
Uh,
different time, and that
those
was
days.
those were the days, right? Those were the days, and
Yeah.
we absolutely loved, we used to love level of competition those teams used to give to each other. But let's see, we'll find more those sort of a lobby pretty soon as well. But right now, this group of 128 here in Campbell Championship, Bangladesh. Quantum Esports, they have also been impressive. Like in the last game of Erangel, they did some interesting pit stops in their rotations, made sure that they could give a lot of trouble to all the teams that were like moving in from the western side. So I have good hopes from this team as well. Definitely, this is going to be one of the teams that is going to move ahead from this group number two and go and play the group of 64 as well.
Let's see what is about to happen because players have all positioned themselves, not really taking the shots though, waiting for someone to make that one mistake. And like I was talking, like I was saying,
Yep.
you know, now the the only problem that I have with Quantum is they're open from the backs. If some team
Yep.
sort of spots him out, like look at Malcolm, he's got no one watching him from the back lines. If someone takes over the hills, he's basically done for.
Definitely, definitely, and this is going to be a situation he's got to deal with pretty quickly because we know that both the sides of Painan, towards the eastern and towards the western side, there are higher ridges. So if a team is going to be present there, this is going to get difficult situations for the players who are exposed out there on the rooftops in the city of Painan. But let's see how that is going to pan out for the teams that are fighting there. We will move toward ruins where the four criminals are trying to move. So they are also trying to head towards this part of the island, and we have seen them lurking around the area of boot camp in the initial part of Sanhok. So in the initial part of the match. So let's see now when they are coming towards this side, how are they going to be welcomed by a team like 2FM, who made a final circle finish in the last game?
Well, that's gonna be really interesting. Again, the kind of silence that we've been talking about. Teams pretty much being constrained to their own compounds, not really making a movement, not really collecting enough information. So these are the moments, this is where you're doing nothing, right? This is where
Yep.
you're absolutely not contributing to what you should be doing is getting more information, staying within those four walls, and you do not know where your enemy might just come in at you, and he might just take you down or might just be camping for you. But at the same time, if you have enough information, if you know that there's a team rotating around, you would prepare yourselves accordingly.
Definitely, fixes. Definitely, information is the key, and making a decision with that information at the precise timing is where it is the difference of a professional and a new team. So that is exactly what you are referring to, I believe, and they are not making a very good usage of the time that they are getting right now. But it is different for the team of UN, right? They know that they have an enemy quite next to them, so they're busy trying to find them. They're trying to create an opening on them. But when you are in ruins, if you are a team like 4FM, you definitely should make moves around the area completely, because pretty soon the teams are going to be there. You've got the center of the zone, so you should get a better hold of the vicinity that you're controlling in the initial game.
Yep, rightfully explained. I mean, then again, we can't be really too critical about it. These teams are still learning. We've seen some teams
Yep.
playing phenomenally well, some teams still trying to, just find their way in. takes me back to those initial days when we were, when smoke used to be the big thing, right?
Yep, yep.
Whoever uses the smokes. But right now we do have a fight. In fact, team number 15 going up against BMG. So it's NXS. So did lob quite some damage over there with that grenade. But I think Hadi will heal himself up, patch himself up over there. And BMG, the lads do have that upper ground advantage for them.
Definitely, BFG has been one of the stronger teams of this lobby. And look at this, another knock coming in from them. Not Jon Snow, he was also impressive in the last game as well. Let's see how they are going to dominate over this team in front of them. And this is not looking for good for him. He will eventually go down. Not Jon Snow with his UZ, instantly capitalizing over the knock and making sure that becomes a point in his tally.
And there you have it, right? Team BMG capitalizing on that high ground advantage they had, getting enough visuals, taking down those players, and yeah, Fakey Pro also goes down, and just two players remain of an excess. So that's not really going to be what they wanted, what they had anticipated, but it is what it is, and I'm not going to complain because finally, after almost 7 minutes, I saw someone taking those few shots get those kills.
Definitely, definitely, and two kills. This is the first blood drawn from the game, so that is BMG for us getting that first blood after 7 minutes. But look at this, a beautiful, beautiful weapon already inside here. People call it different names. What do you call it, Fixes? How do you describe this beautiful weapon?
I mean, it's noisy, 100%. At the same time, 100 bullets in its mags. So yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of names, but I really kind of like M249 as it is. People
Okay.
might call it as a lawnmower, all right. So Sinister is apparently dancing. I mean, is he the same
No,
Sinister?
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
it's
We
a
saw the
different
same.
one, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's a
All right.
fan. He's a fan of the great player from the region, and that colon, that semicolon, right, and that colon in front of
Yeah,
his
sort of
name.
gives away. Yeah.
Yeah, when we saw the Sinister yesterday, right, in group number 8, Avon Esports, they were dominating. They were on top of the chart. So they are here, but in a completely different group. But this Sinister is a fan, and he also got he managed to fool me and Jordy the first time when we were watching it. But now we know we have some better insights about these scenes, right?
All right. So taking a look at how the circle has sort of panned out, we are somewhere going to beds, maybe Painan again. But this is it, right? You've got two teams, you've got another team on the back lines, you've got four Crimex right beside them. So they have accumulated over here. Now, for instance, let's say the circle throws a curveball, goes towards Camp Alpha. How do you think teams are gonna respond to that?
You're also one of the bean casters that we keep referring to, and we always want these difficult things to happen
Come on,
to
we've got to
these
be
players.
sadists.
Yeah, 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 definitely. Because only then these players are, when they are put in a difficult situation, they have to come up with their better set of skill sets and impress us, right? That is what we love. But the circle right now, it is staying towards this part, towards the island of Camp Charlie itself. Still has a lot of part over that island of Camp Bravo, so that is going to be a factor if it goes towards that side, towards the quarry and cave region. That is going to pose a lot of problems for this scene. But speaking of the teams that are existing on the Camp Charlie side, Four Criminals, 1971 Ancient, ROG Esports, this is looking like the final circle of the previous Erangel game. So these teams, these IGLs, were successful in the last outing as well. So I am rooting that the zone is going to stay on this side, on the Camp Charlie side itself.
Well, it is possible. Going towards Camp Charlie, yeah, why not? But again, we do come back to where we just started. Quantum
Yep.
going against Team UN, and nothing much happening. Just apart from the fact that the players are not on the rooftop anymore, they've taken the cover for themselves.
Yes, this fight has been in the Mexican standoff for a very long time now, 12 minutes to be precise. They both landed here, and after that, they are still trying to create that first opening. No knocks have been exchanged over here till now. But what the situation is that teams like Supernova, they are now lurking around the eastern high ground of the city of Painan. Phantom Esports is also closing in towards that city. So this is going to be a difficult situation for both the teams if they somehow have to leave Painan at certain point and there are enemies around them. That is going to become difficult.
It is, of course, going to be. But now we've got Team Phantom likewise making their rotations as well.
Yes.
And we've all right. So I think I've seen Sick Fly playing, of course, 100%. I do know Shuvo if he's the same Shuvo sir. But apart from that, Sick Fly is definitely one of the players that we must look out for.
Definitely, and Fandom Esports has put up a really amazing performance, and even on the day one in the first three matches, I believe they got multiple chicken dinners in the game number two and three, and now they are playing here once again in this game number five in the game number four as well. The first game for the day, they were impressive, but another brilliant, massive gun coming in this era of number three. So two M249s followed up with a Groza. So what if we see all the three in the final circle? It's going to be a party situation.
Indeed, it is going to be a party situation, but by all means, things definitely aren't looking like that. Uh, Teams, please take a fight. That's all I want from you guys.
But
But
to be really honest, Fixes, I think these teams were even more passive on the first day. That is what I feel, because they were trying to go away from the plain path. At least today, they are not trying to go away from the plain path. They are trying to survive, stay silent, and hold up spaces inside the zone. This is a different move completely from them. But for how long? That is the question, right? You need to get into the fight. You need those kills to create the space in the final circle, just like you spoke in the early half of the match. So I think that is where these teams are they're lacking the trick.
see, either way, it's like the same wine served in a different bottle, right? I
Yep.
mean, these teams did sort of drop close by to the flight path trajectory, but not taking fights. I mean, at the end of the day, we are just looking at them, watching each other, do nothing about it. But hey, comes the circle. I mean, now this is sort of a decider one, right? So now we know
Yeah.
where it is heading on towards, and teams like Fro definitely do have a upper advantage in this zone.
Yep, definitely they are looking good, but I am interested about that cluster that is developing towards their south because a lot of good teams are stuck there, getting really close to each other. Four criminals, ancient 1971, they are going to pose a lot of trouble to each other. And look at that rotation coming in from 1971. They are trying to go towards a slightly centrist side of this existing new zone, but they are going to I think face challenge also from teams that are coming from the main island, from that Camp Bravo island.
Yep. Well, we've got Drew Ball taking down Dark. All right. So finally, a few knocks and kills confirmed here and there. Aim God. All right. So he's getting shot from elsewhere. It's Amer Faisal who dishes out the damage. But look at Captain. Has cooked up his nade. Will be lobbing it in. Nah, did not connect.
Yeah, definitely. So both the players, and it's his teammate who got knocked like seconds earlier. So he also needs to fall back to him. That is exactly what he's trying to do now. But in that process, he has to make a lot of run out in the open. So lucky for him, he's still not out there. The kill feed did not report him falling down. So Aim God is going to get the revive that he was wishing for, and let's see. But another fight building up. Look at that. ROG Esports, Phantom Esports in the kill feed. That is happening. These are two teams that were coming from the northern side. So that is the situation developing. We saw a cluster somewhat earlier towards the southern side, and there are teams converging towards the northern side as well.
Yep, indeed, they are. But right now, it's the same old story. Team UN going against Team Frost. So Spider just losing out on one of his teammates. has to somehow try to pull off a miracle. And this is what I've been scoffing about, right? You either back off or you take a fight. I mean, just proning down inside a compound does not really help your cause, because the moment he's gonna step out, you've got the players of ABN over there who might just be waiting for you. The moment you are out in the open, they are gonna take shots at you. So you gotta be careful regarding that. You gotta need to watch out. So let's see as to how these teams do. And here we have Captain just taking a few shots. Well, did connect though, but at the same time, he was also exchanged with a couple of bullets.
Definitely, and they need to be very cautious, because that's a strong team that has spotted them from the distance. That is AUTOxWIN, and I remember they were look at the kind of shots they are able to connect on Team UN right now. So they are showing the class. They are giving posing some sort of problems for UN finisher out there out in the open. So this is a difficult situation for UN. They have been spotted multiple enemies in the vicinity. Let's see what they're going to do.
Yep, it's gonna be really interesting because 17 minutes have passed inside the game, and well, let's see. Anything is possible right now. Spider still holding himself up. We've got Musketeer going after King. Shinigami will get the confirmation. Now, Team UN. So, losing out on one of their players, having one of their players stuck off. What are they doing? That's really concerning me. Now, Team BMG have managed to spot down the players of Quantum, and Sohan has taken quite some damage over there.
Definitely, as we were speaking, you and Finisher do not have a lot of space to work with, right? AUTOxWIN also spotted them. There was one another team very close to them, so they did not have a lot of place to work with. But now fights are erupting in different part of the zone right now. Teams are trying to move and get a better position inside the zone. They're being spotted. Look at BMG. We saw them in an initial fight just outside the city of Bootcamp, and now they are trying to move in. Spotted there by Quantum Esports. He's got a knock on Musketeer, and not Jon Snow is under pressure now. He's making that run out in the open, getting shot and getting knocked.
Yep, way too much overcommitment out there. But finally, the players are getting into the thick and thins of all these fights. Now, this is what I was talking about, right? The chaos being created towards the very end, where you are just moving around. You've got enemies right around everywhere that you can put your eyes out at, and that's what's happening.
That has been the story. That has been the meta of the game so far in this group of 128. Teams are not trying to control their vicinity or dominate their vicinity in the early half. They are trying to reach the final circles, work for those position points. But 13 teams inside the closing fourth circle, there is going to be a lot of collision. Speaking of collision, Spider gets a knock on Frost, and they are trying to apply some pressure. But AUTOxWIN, they are constantly gatekeeping these compounds through those higher ridges. So that is going to be a very good situation for Team AUTOxWIN right now, because both these teams are creating a mess of each other, and you never know when AUTOxWIN is going to step in and like get some kills for themselves.
You never know. Yeah, rightfully mentioned. But taking a look, again, the same fight. But this time they've managed to get a few knocks here in their Team Frost, already securing two kills. One of their players knocked out. They gotta watch this one. But Aim God, his position has been compromised, and Bal is just taking all those shots at him. Now Spider is trying to provide that cover fire, but can he do that in the right nick of time? Because Aim God, look at him, he's bleeding. He needs to heal himself up. He's not doing that either. I think he's gonna fall down to the zone, and there you go.
He knew that that was coming, and this is not a good decision overall. So Spider is the last guy now, and he's also getting that damage from the play zone. Multiple teams still there, but look at this. As we speak, AUTOxWIN has got company. Phantom Esports come really close to them, and a knock has been successfully given over one of the player of AUTOxWIN right now. But still, teams trying to come in from the northern side, taking damage from the zone. That is Frost. We watched them. They are now regrouping as well. Duroball holding up that revive. No smokes deployed. There is Quantum Esports on the far side towards the left. Let's see what impact they would be able to make on these rotations that are happening from the north.
Well, it's gonna be tricky, to be honest. But look at Chavon. All right, so the boys from Team ROG playing as a three-man squad and having already lost on one of the players, Amar Faisal. He's firing on all cylinders, getting a lot of kills here and there. And he started things off well. Now he is moving on, carrying forward that momentum. But now let's take a look. We've got Prof T. So he might just spot down the players of PB anytime soon. But look at this nade, but going in from CX on towards the players of ROG.
Yep, definitely. And any angle that we are witnessing, any POV that we are witnessing, we are witnessing auto win in the backdrop with that height advantage. Phantom Esports really close to them, but this is erupting towards the southern side. A push coming in from 2FM, ROG Esports, Sharpie holding up this compound. Still, let's see how long is he going to survive. We have four enemies close by to him. 2FM knows how to go into the final circle. Now, Sharpie in their way in this compound. How long is he going to hold up? That is the question for Sharpie right now.
A big question, to be honest, right now. How long can you do this? All these teams right beside each other. We've got the players of 2FX lobbing in those Molotovs, those frags, but it's just gonna need those barrel shots from Profty to get the kill secured. Now they have got this a whole compound for themselves. I mean, this can be pretty promising, but at the same time, be pretty deadly because you've got four players in one single compound, which means just two, three good grenades, and you are basically done for. Now look at Profty. He is still trying to put the pressure on towards the other teams. We've got six teams surviving, 19 players alive, everyone sort of eyeing out for that chicken.
Not only the compound fixes, they've also got some company, right? We can see this cluster, there's four criminals towards one side, and on the other edge of the compound we can already see AUTOxWIN. They are holding up for quite some time. They have like moved away from their height advantage. I think because of the zone they have slightly come down, but Phantom Esports, they've also got a solo player amidst all this situation. But let's see what impact four criminals would be making, because they are out in the open. They've just got a knock on the right hand side on Ancient 1971 that was applying pressure on Quantum Esports a little while earlier. That was all happening towards the eastern side. But right now, four criminals out of this cluster to on the southern side, able to apply pressure on the different teams coming in from the east and the northern side.
Well, gonna see as to what is gonna happen. Whoa, Amr Faisal. Does he spot him out? Yes, he does spot the bag. He does spot it. He's gonna be really careful. I really like the movement on this lad. You know, he did spot him out. Then he sort of knew that this is not a fight. This is not a proper angle I can battle from. So let me just back out. But this nade might just be a bit overcooked. Yes, it was not really doing a lot of damage.
Definitely, definitely. It was overcooked by Amar Faisal, and another nade overcooked by him. He's trying, finally, he's out of nade, so he's going for the molly. But that was also, I think, a very desperate effort. Does not have any like advantages on the end of it. Meanwhile, 2FM, they are now trying to erupt out of that situation. Definitely, AUTOxWIN is trying to apply pressure on them, but four criminals also pretty close. They got a knock. Amar Faisal goes down 10-0, successfully getting a knock on them. So this is going to get difficult. They are now engaged with two teams, and by the looks of it, AUTOxWIN is not allowing them any easy breathing space in that existing compound.
Yep, that is definitely not gonna happen. But finally, within the blink of an eye, we are at three teams, and how many fights did we actually see? So everyone sort of killed each other. Most of them died from the zone. So this
Yeah,
is what happens when you sort of delay those fights in Sanhok. But
definitely.
for CREX managing to secure out Profte, it was Yato who did secure that knock. But is Amar Faisal's team gonna pull this one off, or is it for CREX doing the job over here as Tanjiro does have his crosshairs popped off, and it's only just that one player surviving. It's Kanababa. Can he do something?
Karawaba once again in the final circle. Right now, three teams. Last time he was there, and the whole 1971 squad was there with him in the final circle. But now, look at this. Boss getting a crucial knock against AUTOxWIN. Four criminals not only suppressing 2FM, they are also trying to suppress AUTOxWIN here. Another knock coming in
for four criminals. They are playing this game beautifully. Last man standing from AUTOxWIN. He is inside this house. How long would he be able to survive? He's definitely got a knock on boss 7, trying to buy some time for himself. But Tenjiro now moving in. Three criminals now getting in there. And Molly would be shoved in there. Let's see. And he made him come out. And he got that knock eventually. And Kana Baba was also eliminated earlier. So the four criminals in the final circle get this chicken dinner.
Well, quite a game, I must say. Quite an unusual one at that. Majority of the fights, of course, like we sort of predicted, did happen in those final circles. It all came down to who had the circuit towards the end, who had those compounds, who held it better. You know, I kind of expected more from these teams because the last time I'd come in, we'd seen so much aggression. But this time, it was the same old holding game, waiting for each other to just come out. I mean, that's not how you're supposed to play, right? Because eventually, majority of the teams just got wiped from the circle itself. The wiped from they were just completely cleared off, right? The moment they were trying to do what? I mean, get in. So many teams were inside. They just died.
Yep, definitely. I completely feel for you, Fixers, because definitely the way they played the last game, this was not expected. But it's really a tricky game of Sanhok, right? You cannot expect a lot of young teams to be really good at Sanhok because it takes a lot of practice, and
Yeah.
these are pretty new teams to be really honest. But okay, a decent performance coming in from them. They were trying to get maximum points out of it. I was really impressed the way the things were shaping in towards the eastern side. Quantum Esports was there, Ancient 1971 was there, but we witnessed a lot of fights in the southwest side where ROG Esports, Sharpie got eliminated. They were also trying to play a strong game. So pretty much we had fights in the final circles, but yep, completely agreeing with you. They could have created a lot. They could have had a lot of fights in the early game as well.
Well, they could have, and they did have, but they just did not go for it. The only thing that I'm scoffing about is because this is one of the regions from which I've got bigger expectations,
Yep,
right?
yep.
So you've got a lot of teams, you've got a lot of promising teams, and the biggest example would be 1952 and their performance in this particular PMPL. So now this is a team that came out of nowhere. I mean, the sister team of the likes of A1 Esports, and I'm sorry to say they could not qualify, but these lads did. So it was the underdog story, right? It
Yep,
shows
it is.
how much hard work can take you places, and they've done that. They've done that. They came in as newbies inside that entire pro lobby, and they just grinded their way in, acknowledged and understood how the meta works, how we need to play. They got their players, they had the determination, and they pulled it off. So something like that can also be a storyline for all these kids playing out here. So they can
Definitely.
also perform well. But that being said, the match ranking is right in front of us.
Definitely. Completely agree with you, Fixers there. Four criminals here in this game getting a 13 kill chicken dinner, and 13 kill in Sanhok is a very decent number. It's a very, very decent number. 28 points in all for them. But look at AUTOxWIN. They made sure they got that second spot. 18 points out of this game. They had a silent first game, I would say, for the day, but they made sure they made a comeback in the game number two.
That they did. But I want to see how they this entire thing sort of pans out onto its overall rankings, right? Because look at this. I mean, these teams, none of them, like 12 to 16, three of those teams did not even come to participate. I mean, might as well give away your slot to someone else instead of wasting. If you never intended to play, then why just register? I mean, there are different teams just waiting to get that opportunity to prove themselves, and I don't know, man. I mean, why do players resort to things like that? I mean, they should be joining, they should be playing, at least should be understanding how things work out, because at the end of the day, it's just PUBG Mobile, right? It's fun. I mean, every single time someone calls me to play, I go in because I enjoy the game.
Sure, sure. I completely feel for you there, Fixes it. But this is how it is, like at the underdog level, right? You and I both know it, that at the underdog level, these are not the
Should be more
professional teams.
competitive,
Yeah,
Trooper. It should be
yeah.
more competitive. You need to see that hunger within these players, to perform the zeal, not just wait it out and, kind of let the
True.
zone decide what happens.
True, true. Completely agree. But I think all these segments might come in the next group. That is why we are here. I think the filtration process was necessary at this stage as
Yeah,
well. And in the next group stage, maybe in the group of 64, all those fights which we are anticipating to happen here, we might witness those fights over there. So this is the process. So we'll have to like deal with it. But there was a good moment in this game in the Oppo F19 Pro moments, the final circle. The Molly was there precisely at the right time. He flushed him out, made sure he got them. And it was a decent effort from AUTOxWIN there in the final circle. But really, the four criminals were outnumbering them way far.
Hmm. So here we have, well, Phantoms
Yep.
after 5 games played. Or are we looking at this right?
Yep, yep. They got two chickens in the first outing, but a
So
good
I thought
move.
this was different groups, right? Has it changed?
No, no, this is for the complete group number two, and AUTOxWIN
Oh,
now making in the hashtag two position. And Fandom Esports, they got a decent, I think, a decent 2 games today over their good performances on day number one. But SLX Queen being the only team who are not here, but they also got a chicken dinner in the opening game of this group. And after that, they did not just show up. So that is sad.
okay.
But Phantom Esports got those two chicken dinners on the first day when this group collided. We'll go towards a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again, and on the other side of the mic, it's going to be Miramar.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the street? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Kharkiv. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Kharkiv. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Kharkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Kharkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Kharkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be you.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Bangladesh 2021. This is Trooper, and I've got Fixers here with me who's really not happy after the Sanhok game.
Yeah.
Let's see if he gets happy with the teams in Miramar.
I mean, I've been having a long day. I want to see some good action. Am I asking too much? But either way, it's the final game of the evening. Maybe you've got teams trying to go YOLO, trying to go after each other. But
Yeah.
because, of course, Miramar is an even bigger map. So, Trooper, the last thing I want to see is fights happening after 15 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, I can live with that. After 10 minutes, take some fights. Fine.
Okay, so the teams get a leverage right now. 10 minutes, okay, you got that. But in 10 minutes, you gotta start, and you gotta give some in between rotation fights. Like you want teams to make mistakes in the rotations and be on the receiving end. Some gatekeeping being done in the initial circles. Let's see if Miramar is going to give us all that action or not. But one thing definitely that is going to be here in Miramar is going to be some DMR shots and some bolt action shots, because I saw these players using bolt action even in Erangel. So Miramar is the home ground for these bolt action shots, right? So I'm excited to see if we get some knocks there from that M24 or even the Car 98.
Oh, you want to see some bolt action over there. Even you've got Mohsin Nagat coming in these
Yeah.
days. But you know what? You know what? I don't think that's gonna happen because we've sort of gotten over that. But this time during the PMPL, I was rather surprised. Trooper. A lot of players were actually using the bolt actions. You got Sandesh, you had
Yep.
Godless, you got Baron. Some nice sniping, some nice crispy sniping. Even I've
Yes.
seen, if you remember, one of those games of
That is yes.
Sanhok where we had the players of Dead Eyes get a
Okay.
few knocks in towards the close ending zones with an AWM. So anything is
Yeah.
possible. But again, Miramar kind of comes down to the DMR weapons being really prolific. And yeah, I mean, DMR is of course the go-to weapon. We've seen that in all the different renditions of this game. So let's see how these teams play this one out.
Yep, and speaking of PMPL, like you were mentioning before, Sanok as well, if we could find a new team like 1952 who are going to the regional finals for the Asia stage now. So that is a big, big thing. And they were here last time Campus Championship Bangladesh was being played. They are a team that emerged victorious out of the last competition. And we are here to find if any other team has that talent from this region that can go ahead and play among those big names that we are going to see pretty soon contest in that regional finals.
Yep. I mean, big names is what we are here for because this is one of those tournaments where you have those future rising stars
Yes,
being,
exactly.
forged, right? This is where they are made because 1952 they had a similar run, right?
Yep.
So of course, teams like Phantom do have the potential in them. We are
Yes,
seeing
definitely.
that spark. They're still like on the pretty much on the tippity top. But as we head on to the finals, that's where we can see the competition. Right now, a lot of people might be, yeah, fixes. You're being very critical about the teams. Cut them some slack. It's their first time. I mean, of course, if you're being critical, you want them to improve, right? As
Yep,
simple as that.
exactly,
I want to
exactly.
see some. I want to see the level of competition being increased up because in the South Asian region, let's be honest. I mean, it's dominated currently by the Nepali teams, right? And then you've got Bangladeshi and Pakistani somewhere just going up and down like this. So they have to catch up to the Nepali teams, and for doing that, they have to put up some good action out there.
Speaking about just increasing the level of fixers, just complementing to what you said just now, I feel these teams are taking a lot of time looting themselves up, right?
Right.
And they are wasting a lot of time not moving in the not moving into the right places of the zone. So that is something they really need to work upon because at this level, if you want, this is the time when you want to learn from your mistakes, right, and become a better team with your experiences. So if you're doing
Yeah.
that in Miramar, if you're going to make a late rotation, definitely the better spot is already going to get occupied. So you need to make sure that you quickly get your loot. That is very important because we have seen, like in PMPL, teams like SEEYOU Esports, they were so good with their early rotation. I see sometimes I would feel like this guy is already heading into a rotation. Does he even have a gun? Because teams, when they would be in their parachutes coming down, I see would already separate from his team, head towards the rotation, make their way. Can we like find some urgency from these teams, even if not that kind of an urgency, a little bit more urgency to go into that initial rotation?
I mean, see, now Zeus is a team that does come with
Different.
a plan in mind, right?
Yep, yep.
And again, Zeus is a team that does not really care about their plans in mind. So, because the spot down players, they're like, let's go after them. Now, that could be the reason why they're not the champions, all right? For being
Yep,
champions,
yep,
you need
yep.
to be you need to, oh, they qualified, that's fine, they came second, that's fine. But I've always been scoffing about this, and this had to bite Zeus towards the very end. In fact,
Yep.
in the very last day, it's not about you just going really dynamic, going getting all those kills, trying to be very flashy, but it's about making it till the end. You have to cross the you have to cross the finishing line. You need to secure that pole position for you. I mean, the difference was not too much, but at the same time, had they been a little bit more consistent, a little bit a more safer approach, you never know, they could have been on the top
Yes,
spot. But that did not
definitely.
happen. But then again, you've got other teams like, let's say, Venom Legends. I mean, I'm all but disappointed with this team because this was one of those teams that performed so well during the last BMPL. Of course, being one of those contenders for the top three position this time. and they pretty much ended last. So not acceptable. Same can be said for Future Station, Gremlin Storm. So now, if you've got those bigger teams falling down, we've got teams
Yep.
like Blood Legion who have picked themselves up really well. A1 Esports really trying a lot. 1952, like we mentioned, has been our favorite team from Bangladesh this time around in the PMPL. So if you sort of play like these teams, you're good to go. Now, if you sort of tend to lower your graph, now that's not what you're supposed to be doing.
Completely agree to what you're saying, Fixes, about all these Bangladeshi teams in the PMPL. And just to add to them, I would say that 1952 was also performing just like all these teams up till the last 2 days, right? They were performing in patches, and that has been the story of all the Bangladeshi teams. They do perform, they are really good, but they do not. The word consistent is not what you can associate with them. We'll talk a
Hmm.
lot more about that, but right now, Miramar action right here in front of us, guys. The plane path started from Valdemar. It ended just north of the city of Impana. Teams have already made their chum. The first zone is also here, and for a slightly southernish plane path, we have I would say a northern first circle over here.
Well, right now, I mean, again, quite a standard default circle. Now,
Yep.
this is where we've got a lot of teams heading towards Hacienda and San Martin. Maybe a few might go up all the way towards water treatment. So that is a slight possibility. But apart from that, do we have enough teams in the lobby?
Yep. This is a standard lobby size that is happening. I believe there are 14 teams and 50 players. That has been standard for the day for group number two, and I don't think any team is going to miss out here. Definitely, three or four teams are playing three-man squad. That is something they need to work in. This is the stage like where it matters. If you're a professional team, you got to be there with all your four players with 75% of the gun power. You might just give 75% of your ability as well.
Right. Um, Nothing much happening again. We've got a few teams right beside each other in towards Picado. We've got a fight almost happening around Hacienda del Patron. Los Leones, that's not going to happen pretty much because it's such a big city.
Yep. It's a very big city, the biggest in the PUBG universe. I believe this is the biggest city, and it can hold easily hold four teams there. So just two teams there. I don't think a early clash is going to erupt from there. But uh, coming to this, like, which is your favorite map, Fixes? Like you've been casting for
Has to
so
be
long.
Miramar.
Okay,
Miramar. Because of
same goes.
the sort of macro rotations that you can do, of the ridges that you can play around with. Nades become really important. You don't have to really just prone inside the grass, not be one with the nature. It comes down to proper skills, right? You need to position your vehicles very well. You need to rotate very in a proper manner. So I think Miramar is definitely one of those hardcore competitive maps that we have.
Same goes for me as well. This is an absolute bliss to like watch these Miramar matches. But let's see how this lobby is going to play, because right now, Fixes, I've got a bad news for you. Not 13, 12 teams are part of
I
this
told you.
match. Yep. So you were spot on there, just with the map. Just with the map on your screen, you knew exactly that a few teams have missed out here in this last and final game of Miramar. But PMG Esports, we see them in the early part as well. So they are not a team that takes much time, and they play silently in Sanhok as well. We saw them in an early fight, so hopefully they might be able to spark some early fights here in this lobby.
Hmm. So 12 teams this time.
Yep.
So fight's gonna happen after maybe like what 20 minutes. So pretty much just have to hold it out. And let's see what these lads have to do this time. But I believe
No.
Boss 7, please get a knock, fire some bullets. I mean that's what we want. Some
Let's
action.
see. Let's see, let's see. Four criminals really close there to Quantum Esports. So, despite the reduced lobby size, teams have managed to find each other there on the surface of Miramar. Let's see, shots have been exchanged, damage has been dealt, so they know both teams know the exact position of the players right now. But four criminals, boss, he's getting some damage. One more bullet, he might just go down there. Yes, and yes, he goes down to the mini for King. That 4x on it.
All right, so finally we do see knocks, we do witness them. But either ways, you've got Quantum EXX is trying to traverse around, and King will sort of confirm the kill of boss over there. And right now, what Quantum is really trying to do is take down the players of Crime one after the other. And they've done a decent job, already taking down one of the players. They need to engulf them a bit. They need to rotate more right now, and of course have better weapons because you can't really do much with that UMP and an Uzi on that long mid range.
Definitely, definitely. They need to get an upgrade on their loadout pretty soon. Let's see when is that going to happen for them. But they are getting retaliation fire. And Malcolm, he goes down to that M16 rifle. And that might be a crucial opening. We can see a sense of urgency here for criminals. Storm healing up, but they need to be aware because Quantum Esports, they have like stationed themselves, flanked themselves, obviously, in a good way, I would say. And if four criminals decide to close into that knock, they are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Hmm. So you've got 4 Crime X, Tanjiro, Storm, Yato already losing out on one of the players. Quantum's Malcolm barely surviving that. So again a standstill, but it's better. It's better because teams are actually fighting against each other this time.
Yeah, they're trying to know about the vicinity as well, so it's a bit a recent start. But Quantum Esports, as you said, they need an upgrade on their loadout. They need an upgrade. They cannot continue fighting for and like engraving them with the amount of loadout and the utilities that they have right now. They really need to find some better guns to make some serious impact. Because not only this fight, you need to collect your loot for the rest of the fights that are upcoming in a short while as well in the later half of the game. So they need to prepare for that as well.
Well, we've gotta see. Yato, one of those players. If you can get a few knocks here and there, that would be really nice to witness. But we've got the boys from Quantum just being too much out in the open. This is not the kind of an area where you would want to fight. You've got no cover. Get to those compounds and then maybe take second thoughts at that. And that is exactly he's doing. So yes, the boys do know the basics, right? The lads do know the basics. It's all just about polishing a few skills left and right. Now, if they do that, I think we might see some really interesting performance from them.
Yeah, definitely, they need some polishing, and that is going to happen through the early stages of this tournament, right? And we might find some really good performances coming out of the same players in the group of 64, maybe in the group of 32. Let's see how they are going to grind themselves up. But meanwhile, this is the time for the second zone. Let's see where it is going to go. Picado, right at the dead center of this zone number two.
Well, Team SN, right? Tachi, Puma, Abi. The first airdrop coming in, the M249, does have that cheek pad with which you're gonna do absolutely nothing. So, I mean, I like this weapon in every single map. I mean, even in a map like Miramar, we've seen teams opting to spray with it 4 times attached onto its head. So, teams are actually developing every single time. But that was again PMPL. This is a PMCC. You've got that difference between the gameplays of all these teams. So, do you think someone can go for that M249? And if they do, we're witnessing a 4 times?
I think this is the stage of the tournament where the players are not looking to express themselves. They are looking to survive. So in the last game as well, we saw in the airdrops, in the three airdrops that we saw, that two M249 and a Groza came in, but none of them were being used inside the final circle. So the players, they are trying to like stay away from these hot situations and crush situations. But you've got your mid in rotation fight here, fixes. Quantum Esports making sure that they are taking regular shots. We saw them take a fight up near, quite near to Hacienda, and now they've reached the graveyard area, looting up that space. So they are moving quite easily, taking shots on passing rotations. So there's a sense of energy building up with Quantum Esports, I feel.
Indeed, already having one of those kills secured around, just hovering around graveyard. They're looking good. They're looking decent. You've got four players alive now, with the circle starting to, shorten, starting to shrink. We've got to see as to where all these teams are just gonna come down. But look at Team Phantom. They are making quite a risky
Yes.
maneuver, taking the directly going in for the center, directly going in for the epicenter, which is, to be honest, they should have waited for one more circle, one or two, and then could have contested for the center, because we don't really know if the circle is gonna stay towards the center right now. It might just go towards the eastern side. So again, you will have to make a movement. So this is a moment where I would usually want the team to try and hold the edges. Once you know that, okay, all right, this is a circle, there's a team on the center, you need to take that fight, you've got the players who can do that, go for it.
Definitely fixes robot. Maybe in a different lobby. Yes, right. In a different lobby with players with a completely different skill set, but not here right now. They are going to go for the center at this converging second circle. So let's see. Because you're absolutely right. Because we have seen some really hard shifts today. Like in Erangel, also there was a very hard shift towards the southwest side. And if something of that similar sort happens, that risk that they have taken right now is going to be of no use in a short while.
Yeah, but higher risks reap you bigger rewards. That's what these players need to keep in mind. A lot of M249s coming in, and the lads from Quantum this time finally securing yet another kill onto it. The players of 4 Crime X. So yes, they are also doing a pretty decent job. I think these players just caught off while they were traversing around.
Yep, yep, yep. So they've already got two kills on four criminals right now in completely two different parts of the game, parts of the map. One just outside San Martin, and one here while they were rotating next to graveyard. So Quantum Esports, they are building up a good momentum into this game, into this Miramar, into the last and final action of the day. Let's see how they are going to like end up on the overall scoreboard, because for now Phantom Esports is there right on the top of here, and they are also moving towards the center zones, as you noticed a little while back. But this is the third zone. I really want to have a look at it. Where did it shift to?
It's going to be tricky.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, Musketeer. He might just be in for some heavy beating already, being
Ooh.
rattled down with a few bullets over there. But UN will sort of ignore him, disregard his presence over there, as captain needs to patch himself up that he's done. And I really felt at this point you should have gotten that knock, but it's fine. It's fine if he lives. As long as you are not taking any casualty, it's fine for these teams.
Definitely, that has been the story, like summed up by you. That should have been a knock. Like in a completely different lobby, no team would have allowed the Musketeer to move so close to them and like get away without a scratch on him. He would have definitely been pulled down off that buggy. But that is not the story here. They want to be like in. They still have that surviving mode on. That button is still on. The IGLs are not looking to go aggressive, but that is not the story for Quantum Esports. They are looking to play an aggressive game. Let's see how they are going to come up with the next fight in this game. But right now, look at you, and they are aggressing towards the city of Pubg.
All right, so taking over Power Grid, we've got to see as to if there are different teams, other teams over there. We've got Phantom in the far off fray over there, and I believe they're not inside Power Grid. They're just playing from the edges of it. They are
Yes.
trying to get in though. So this is where we might get to see that kerfuffle between these two teams. So let's see. This the players have just dropped off. And here we
Mm.
have the third airdrop coming out. That's the MK14. Now,
And
this
look
is a
where it
weapon
is.
that I absolutely love. Yeah,
But look where the drop is. It's sliding down there. Amazing, amazing scene. Nice capture there from the observer. And it is going to be an amazing thing to loot it while it is moving here, because you might get knocked even there trying to loot. But luckily, no team, no player quite close to it. But a brilliant, brilliant work done there by the observers there. Really impressive.
All right. So, Trooper, where do you think the circle is going? Quick.
San Martin, maybe? Oh, no. Okay.
Ah, went completely away. So this is what I was telling, right? You try to think of a say, particular area to be the center, and then
Yep.
it's the game algorithm that throws a curveball. Now look at Team Quantum. Now, what they can easily do is try to take that northern route, just get in. But finally, we have a fighter midst us. We've got TP going up against HK.
Like, hasn't been this kind of a circle where the RNG has sort of tried to find where can I build a circle so that the least number of teams can be inside it. So they just picked up a spot inside the existing zone where the least number of teams were present, a western shift completely coming in. But teams that are like trying to survive towards the edge of this circle now, that is CREX right now. And we have 2FM once again, a team that has been in both the final circles today. One hashtag 2, one hashtag 3 position for them. They find themselves in a fight here just outside on the edge of this existing fourth zone.
Yep, fights seem to have started. All these teams trying to find a good footing, trying to play around the crevices that we have. But at the same time, you've got Profte who had a decent game in Sanhok. So we're just waiting if he can pull one more of the same kind of, performance. So right now we've got Emad getting a few kills confirmed. Just that one will have to reposition himself. But here we have a fight finally erupting, and this might be pretty soon.
Yep. There was a cluster towards the southwest side of the zone, and now there's a cluster towards the southeast side, just outside Power Grid, where we saw some teams closing in a little while earlier. But AUTOxWIN was already here, so they are trying to capitalize over this area, trying to maneuver over the ridges. But they're getting shot at from the teams from the western side as well, from the western edge as well. They need to be aware of them as well. I can see ROG Esports in the backdrop, PMG in the backdrop. They are trying to make their way, but this area where you and Finisher closed in a little while back, just towards Power Grid, this is getting a lot of traffic from multiple directions. Even more rotation coming in. That is Quantum Esports trying to move into the vicinity. They realize those shots coming in, so they have just changed the trajectory of their rotation slightly towards the northern side.
Yes, that they have done. But look at Storm. Way too out in the open. Does secure those extra loot. Does get those ammo. Does get those utilities. But not a lot of first aid. So, but here we have a fight. Sharif getting a knock on towards Muhammad over there. And we've got to see if he can go in with the push. Now, Emad. So, he is actually trying to revive his fallen teammate. We've got 3 teams, Trooper. Who do you
Yes.
think is going to come out on top?
AUTOxWIN, I believe here. AUTOxWIN is the most impressive team right now. This is a strong team, and that might erupt victorious from this cluster completely. Let's see if there is a team that is able to stop them. But the way this team has been prevailing in the recent past, I think they are looking good. And Ashish, why are you heading up front there? Man, look at this nade coming in at the right time from Imad, and AUTOxWIN in action there. You and Finisher also getting some third-party shots on there, trying to steal a kill and successfully doing so. But although they are prevailing completely over this section of the map.
Wow, I mean, you've got to give it to him, man. He is an absolute monster. Now, this is something that we love to watch, right? Some intense action, some moments like these. This is the fun
Yep.
of PUBG Mobile that it brings, and the smile on my face when I actually saw that nade happen, and he just kind of made it up for him. But here we've got 2 teams going after each other. It's ROG backing off, whereas Team BMG are actually going in with the push.
Actually, and I completely feel for you, Fixers, because Sanhok was really a slow plays game, but I knew that Miramar is not going to be same, and you can see this area, the zone has just left this compound, and ROG Esports and BMG making a complete mess of each other. Look at those multiple knocks coming in, trade coming in, a molly being planted over there. This is all happening just outside the zone now. Not Jon Snow will go into this all important 1v1 that is going to shape the fate of two teams out there. Let's see who is going to win this fight out here.
Only time is gonna tell who is gonna win this one out. But right now, we've got Team 20. That is Team Not. Alright, so you've got PMG making that movement inside the zone, and ROG might just be able to camp them, edge camp them, and just maybe take them down.
That looked like a traffic situation there for Team PFG. They
Yeah.
had the vehicles, they wanted to move out, but so sorry, play zone is here, and you've got your vehicles too protected, too safe. You need to get them to a position where you can use them when you need it. And very sad finish there for BNG Esports. The play zone eventually takes them, but that now leaves us with 9 teams and 29 players in this converging fifth zone.
Yup. Now taking a look at these teams. Okay, finally, Team Phantom has been stepping things up already. Sick Fly securing 2 kills for himself. You've got the players of Team UN pushing in. Shuv already being knocked out, and this time it has been to be Dark. But Spider will of course get another knock onto its Knight, and by the looks of it, seems like Team Phantom has been wiped out.
Yes. Random Esports wiped out of this game. But just one last player, I believe. Yes, Fly is still here. He's making some serious damage. He's got 2 knocks on UN finisher. He's created an opening for himself, just lurking around those fence and trying to survive, buying some time for himself. So this is just gone bad for you and UN finisher. They did not think. Now he's making a push. He's trying to capitalize on the 2 knocks that he successfully got, and one more knock through that smoke. He's hearing the footsteps brilliantly out here, fly in the move, and look at that, one more M416 shots being rallied there. Let's see if he is going to like completely wipe off UN finisher or not.
But rather goes for the safer approach. This is where just those few grenades could have completely wiped the squad out. But he is definitely deploying a lot of smokes out there. But either ways, does manage to take another knock onto his aim god. He will be getting inside the zone, and it's going to be really difficult for his teammates to actually go in and commit for the revive.
Definitely. He made it a mess for UN finisher. Eventually goes down to captain as well. Captain got hold of him and he eliminated him from the game. But let's see. But you and look at what he has done to them. He's just left them in a mess. And now the zone is also there. They need to move ahead, and they are not completely regrouped. They are still some of the players are still bleeding out there. But this situation towards the northern side. Look at that. 2FM falling down. CREX Esports and SuperNova, they are creating a sandwich situation here for SuperNova, because on one side of the ridge, Quantum Esports is completely controlling this half of the map.
Oh, that they are. I mean, right from the very start, they were looking so promising. And I think I will not really be surprised if they back the chicken in this one. Already 23 minutes gone, 17 players alive. And alright, there we have got it. Mohammed taking a knock onto its SN boys. But look at team number 12. They are crumbling down. They're completely fizzling out. Just like a cookie. So we've got to see as to how many kills can Quantum get for themselves today.
Definitely. That is, and they are regrouping supernovas. They are trying to get their players back on their feet, but constant pressure here. And another team that we need to look out for at this point is that is coming from the southern side is AUTOxWIN. They have won some decent fights out there.
They've come out of that cluster. But right now, these three teams, Supernova, we have to get to them. They are still surviving because multiple enemies in the vicinity. They have a really bad position to be in. But somehow, three players still standing from Supernova. And look at that, a single solo Khan Baba solo player surviving there from 2FM, and he was being there in all the final circles and and also getting a knock there. So he's creating an opening as well. The solo player when eventually falls down, and he's been on the receiving end of that AK.
Yep. Well, Amir Faisal has been knocked out. But look at the players of Quantum. Still, all four of the players are alive. This is exactly how you needed to approach this particular game, and there you go. And with that team, SN has taken an exit, and we've got our final three teams remaining with us. A lot of them that have already fallen down.
Yes. And look at that. Quantum Esports, they need some first aids. Like this player here, T69, he has got two of them, but his teammates are still surviving on the bandages and there are still knocks being pulled on them. So this is going to be a difficult fight for them. It's going to be an uphill task with the limited number of first aids that they have. But this is good news for AUTOwin, right? So that is what you need. All the enemies on one side. That is exactly what AUTOwin has. And look at this. Just as I was speaking, they've successfully eliminated CREX out of this game.
That they did, but it is finally a 4v4 situation. Quantum not really having the kind of last moment positioning inside the circle that they would have wanted, because they are absolutely being obliterated by the players of AUTOwin. And there you go, and final nail in the coffin being put, and winner chicken dinner.
Definitely, that was AUTOwin for you. They did most of the things right, and I think Quantum Esports, the bad thing for them, what happened in this game, they got hold in the cluster for too long. They were not able to clear it, and they should have cleared, I think, Supernova a minute or two before, where they eventually did them, and that is why they were on the receiving end, because they did not have enough time to loot them up, get hold of the
Right.
meds that they needed.
Right, 100% agree with you. Adding on, and those final fights, had Quantum sort of spread out a bit, then they could have done better, but they were completely restricted to just that one area, and they had to deal with the aftermath of it. So again, this one match of Miramar was interesting, more exciting than what we did in Sanhok.
Yep,
But
yep.
teams, actually took a lot of fights, a lot of nades, a lot of utilities were used, a lot of iconic fights we had. We've got players blowing
Yes.
away, two players, three players blowing away from a single nade. We've got the last player of Team Phantom did try to pull off those shenanigans
And
and held on for quite some time.
I'm so sorry, Fixes, to cut you off. And we
No,
also
it's
had a
fine. Yeah.
bad parking situation in this game, right?
Yeah.
A team falling to a bad parking situation. That was also a highlight for me.
Yeah, quite a lot of moments to cherish in this map is what we did witness. But with that being said, Trooper, I think we are finally done with
Yep,
all the games for the evening. And once overall standings do come up, we'll have a more clearer picture as to which
definitely.
team is on the very top.
Yep, definitely. Group two has even Group one did play some decent games. Despite the Erangel was also a good game, I would say, for Group number two.
Yeah.
But they are done with all the three matches for the day. Now, when we'll first have a look at the match ranking, and we saw AUTOwin getting a 15 kill chicken dinner in this Miramar, 30 points for them, and they were already, I think, positioned #4 in the overall before this game. This is going to significantly improve their chances to go into the next rounds.
100% agree with you. But at the same time, I really thought that Phantom might be impressing us, not being the case with them. Just Sacred Fly surviving till the very end. Now, Ancient 1971 is one of those teams that you asked to look out for,
Yep.
but by the looks of it, I could not ever look at them. They never joined.
So really, they got the first chicken dinner in Erangel today, so I had expectations from
So
them.
they sort of were satisfied with that, and They were like, nah, we are
Yeah, we're
gonna
done for the
qualify
day.
either ways. We're not gonna play.
That is the sort of thing that came in from ancient 1971. But I think they got caught in rotations in Sanhok, and here they got caught in a cluster somewhere, and they could not come out of it, and they were eliminated here.
There you have it. The Oppo F19 Pro moments. Woke up your fun as we did witness these players or everyone sort of going after each other, and was a really rather different game of Miramar that now what we had initially expected. Did have quite packed quite a punch over here, but this is one of those fights. I really thought that Sick Fly should have really committed, and that could have
Yeah,
easily
yeah.
gotten all those 4 kills.
Definitely, definitely. He should have committed there because he could not go ahead into the rotation, right? You need to understand that these are professional games, and you can maximize your existence with the number of kills that also you can get. That is important. It's not always important to go ahead as a solo player and go and play for the finishing and the final cycle. If it is possible, definitely go for it. But if you are getting 2 or 3 knocks on one team, so 4 points, I think that you have a better chance of getting more points there out of the kill department rather than going for some more positioning points.
100%. Yes, I agree with you. But now this sort of has, brought us to the moment where these groups had quite a few games, which they, I think,
Yep.
are finally getting done with. And once it's over, we would see them in those next rounds. But here comes the overall ranking, of course.
Mm.
AUTOxWIN did have to take that, top spot over there, 84 points. But Team Phantom's not really shying off. So it's just
Yep.
those 4 extra position points that they do have. But either way, Team Phantoms did manage to get 2 chicken dinners today in the evening.
And yes, look at that position in the bottom half of that first page. This in the seventh position, 4 criminals, 45, and just 1 point behind is Team ROG, 1971 also making there. So there is a tough competition there for the seventh slot, right? There's just one, and in the ninth position, Frost REDZON is like 2 points behind 4 criminals who are standing at the seventh position. That is going to be a difficult situation. That is going to be a difficult hashtag position to hold on for 4 criminals once this group returns with the remaining 3 matches.
Yeah, obviously, agree with you because right now you've got very limited number of games. You've got to prove your mettle. There are a lot of teams around. You need to go try and get those chicken dinners for yourself. Now, Phantom did that. They still on the second spot, despite rather a shaky Miramar and a Sanhok. To be honest, because just 2 points from this team, nah, I don't take it. I think they are worth a lot more. But AUTOxWIN definitely being the rising stars and definitely being one of those teams that we need to look out for in the nearby foreseeable future.
Definitely, AUTOxWIN was a team that was looking impressive even on their first outing, on the first day as well when they came in. But today they really made their marks. They really got some important points out there, got to that hashtag 1 position. So that is a good day outing for the team overall, and I'm really impressed with this team. Let's see in the remaining 3 matches. I think they've just made sure that they are going to go through that top 7 slot and into the next stage of the tournament. But uh, a decent day overall here with what we witnessed these teams play.
Yeah, perfect whole highlight the entire evening. And I sort of did not witness all these matches, so I can imagine we did have another XP, I believe, today.
Definitely. So I believe that was the complete action from all this matches today, and this was bad intentions playing. So this was PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Bangladesh 2021. We have Big One and Big Two. This is Super here, and we have I've got Pixel here. And thank you so much, guys, for joining in. And I hope you guys have a good